Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Teresa Martin, a reason to celebrate. Is this why KJ went missing? All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Teresa Martin, a reason to celebrate. Is this why KJ went missing? You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, we are going to talk about Teresa Martin, a reason to celebrate. Is this why KJ went missing? Peoples, I had to go back in time. I had to go back in time and I had to go back to draw out some things because I have been thinking upon some things for quite some time. And I was talking to some content creators on the other day. And I do remember when TM had told some people that KJ was not in the grave. One was cremated. Wait. Let me get it right. Let me get it right before I say something. Teresa Martin whispers to Jazzy, one is cremated already. One is cremated already. So one is cremated already. So as I told you, there was two Kanika Jenkins peoples. I mean, not two Kanika Jenkins. There was two Kanikas. There was two Kanikas, and one was cremated already, and the other was supposed to be buried in a grave. And people didn't believe me when I said that there was two Kanikas. Not two Kanika Jenkins, but there was two Kanikas. One Kanika Jenkins and one is Kanika Martin. And so, peoples, I am just going to continue to keep proving my facts to the people. Whether the people believe me or not, I'm just going to continue to come here and I'm going to continue to keep proving my facts to the people. Because, see, the people, they don't realize and understand. And all the time, I'm getting caught up for some nefarious madness. But when I'm saying this, no. It ain't no nefarious madness on my part. It's nefarious madness on your part because you suckers are too scared to ever come on my live to confront me about anything. See, that's the thing. See, you can sit out behind the scenes and talk a lot of shit, but Edward Joseph is always going to prove his stance. I said Edward Joseph is always going to prove his stance. And so here it is again, peoples. I'm going to prove my stance once again, peoples. Here I am again, peoples. I'm going to prove my stance once again. And so if you guys will oblige me for a moment, I'm going to call this video up. I'm going to have to close some of these tabs that I have open and things because it's too many. And I got to close up some so I can be able to call up my lives and things. So if you guys give me a moment, I'm going to close up some of these so that I can be able to call up these tabs and things. But yeah, but it's amazing to me, how people all the time got their mouths open and stuff. And everybody wants to say, oh no, you're hilarious, you're fictitious, you're all this and that and the other. But at the end of the day, you can't even come onto my live to tell me nothing. I said you can't come to my live to tell me nothing. And so when you can't say anything publicly to the people, well, then that tells me a lot about you. And so so I'm going to share this live. I'm going to share this, and I want you guys to listen to it attentively. Because see, the thing is, all I'm doing is just proving my case. I'm just building my blocks and I'm just proving my case. And so when the hilarious and nefarious wants to come in and all the time got their mouths open about something, well, then here it is right here. I'm just going to say, well, Biggie Bam, thank you, ma'am. That's all I'm going to do. I'm just going to say, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. That's it. And then that way you shut them down, peoples. Because see, they won't say nothing when you are literally showing your proof to your truth. Now, peoples, I didn't do this as a video as I did my others on my last live that I did on last night. But what I am going to do is I'm going to call this up. I said I'm going to call this up. And so, I want the record to be set. I have nothing against Teresa Martin. I really don't. I have nothing against her. I love her dearly. I love her dearly because she's a person, because she's an individual, because she proclaims and professes the love of God. And I love that. And I pray for her if she is going through some health issues and things, and I pray that the things that she's going to have on Saturday for Kanika Jenkins is going to, go off well and stuff. I pray for safety and security for all of the people involved and whatnot. But Edward Joseph, has to just go ahead and do what he has to do. And that's what I'm going to have to do, peoples. And I'm going to continue to keep doing it. I said I'm going to continue to keep doing it, peoples. And I'm going to continue to keep shooting my shot and continue to keep putting my narrative out there. Now, I got all of you who's watching the channel. So whatever channel that you're watching on, I would greatly appreciate it if you would hit that like button. I said I would greatly appreciate it if you hit that like button. Peoples, please don't treat me like a second-class citizen. Hit that like button. You guys all the time coming in and you're watching the live and stuff. So why don't you go ahead and support the channel? Hit that like button, peoples. Hit that like button and keep me in the algorithm, people, so you can start getting more juicy videos like this, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? But see, when you don't hit that like button, then I don't stay in the algorithm. But when you hit that like button, then I stay in the algorithm, people. So if you're not too mean, I said, if you're not too mean, it's all right, peoples. So before I start this, peoples, let me go ahead and let me call up my video, my disclaimer, so I can go ahead and play that in things. And then we're going to be all right, peoples. I said, we're going to be all right. Is that all right, peoples? So let me go ahead and let me call up my disclaimer, peoples. This is Edward Joseph. Let's talk live. You guys like and subscribe to the channel. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarships, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. And so peoples, let me go ahead and let me share my screen, peoples, because I want you guys to get a full understanding as to what TM said. I said, I want you guys to get a full understanding as to what TM said. It's not whatever Joseph said, but it's what TM said. But before I begin, peoples, I see my peoples that came into the house. Hello, Mildred Wilkins. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mildred Wilkins says, hello, everyone. Have a blessed day. And we're going to have a blessed day, peoples. If you noticed or not, peoples, I have went on, and today is Memorial's Day. And so we're remembering all of our loved ones who had ascended to heaven. And if you had some loved ones that ascended to hell, well, then remember them too, because they had every opportunity to get it straight. But if they didn't, well, then hell is where they lifted up their eyes. And it ain't nothing that you can do in hell. I mean, you can pray for them, but it ain't going to make no difference because they're going to burn for all eternity. And so you can make sure that you don't go to hell and you go to heaven. And so that means you need to change your behaviors. You need to change the way that you think, the things that you do, the things that you say. You need to change it, peoples. And so when you change it and do it God's way, then you're always going to be on the highway to heaven. Highway to heaven, peoples. So, blessings to each and every one of you. Happy Memorial's Day to each and every one of you who had a loved one who passed on. And remember them, peoples, because let their legacy live on in you. Is that all right, peoples? And so on today, on Memorial's Day, I want to say happily, heavenly Memorial's Day to my mother and to my father, to my grandparents, to my brother, to all of my loved ones, to all of my friends, to all of my relatives that all made it to heaven because they did the right thing. Thank you, Jesus. And then to all of the ones who had ascended on today and the ones who had just ascended just this past week, just this past month, just this past year. Happy Memorial's Day to you. And so, peoples, I see more of my family coming in. Hello, Jenna, to you to be. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Jenna, to you, had says, greetings, Edward and Mildred. And honesty. Hello, honesty. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Honesty has says, hello, Edward. Hello, Mildred, and hello, Gina, to you. And so we're all here, peoples. I am live, and I am going to bring you something today, peoples. This is going to be a juicy for this Memorial's Day. But before I begin, peoples, let me go ahead and let me give a shout out to a friend of mine who had passed on some years ago, Miss Tiffany Draper. And I want Tiffany Draper to know that we will always keep her in our memory, in our hearts, and keep her family in our prayers. Is that all right, peoples? So if you're not too mean, peoples, give me a moment. Let me call up the line for Tiffany Draper, peoples. The memorial that I have done on today. And happy Memorial's Day to you, Tiffany Draper. You are definitely missed, ma'am. And we will never, ever forget you. And so, peoples, let me go ahead and let me share my screen. I want you to listen attentively and closely to what TM had said. It ain't whatever Joseph said, it was TM had said. And for the content creator who didn't believe me in when I be saying things, well, here's my proof. And I've always tell you, I've always bring proof to my truth. And so you may not like it, you may not understand it, but it's okay. It is absolutely okay. You may not like it and you may not understand it, but I'm here to tell you, yes, it is. Because see, I've always had an ability to prove my stance. Now, you may not even see it the way that I do, but that's okay. You don't have to. Nobody asked you to. But at the end of the day, I am going to prove my stance. Always. Always. Never will be ever a time ever Joseph will ever come on live and not prove his stance. Now, peoples, you need to open up your eyes and you need to open up your ears. You need to learn to listen and you need to listen to learn. And you need to open up your eyes and you need to ask God for eagle eyes so you can be able to see some things. Because some of you, when I'll be showing the things and stuff, and I mean, it is crystal clear, you act like you got blinders on. I mean, people, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out and understand what a silhouette is. You know, I mean, some things is just not so pronounced. And so you have to learn how to train your eye to look at silhouettes. And a silhouette is just like a shadow of a person. And so if you can't see with your own eyes, peoples, with your naked eye, that some things is not as what it portrays to be. And so some people don't look just the way that, you know, some others portray them to be. And so when people tell me that Kenneka Jenkins had walked the halls of that establishment, well, then I'm always going to stand 10 toes down. I understand that we have a difference in agreement, but see, my eyes do not deceive me. I've been doing this stuff for over 20 years, peoples, and this is my line of expertise. And I'm the one who had taught many of you how to look at the pictures and things. Now, you say that Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of the establishment. I say she didn't. You say I can't prove that she didn't, but I have shown you unequivocally and undeniably that the young lady that was in the bathroom with Monifa by herself wasn't Kenneka. Watch the live that I did on the other day. I have shown you unequivocally and undeniably it wasn't Kenneka. And she was the one who came into the establishment who tried to wear the same type of outfit and garb that Kenneka Jenkins had worn. But it wasn't Kenneka. And so if she didn't try to play Kenneka, well then why did she try to mimic Kenneka? You can't explain it. And so since you can't explain it, sit back, relax, and shut up. Peoples, there was many people who played Kenneka. Many people in that establishment who played Kenneka. Now, if you're too GD blind to see that, well, then that is your issue. It ain't mine. But I'm always going to stand 10 toes down and show you what I mean. Now, you show me what you mean. If you just that bad and bold enough to tell us that that was Kenneka Jenkins walking the halls of that establishment and stuff, peoples, I invite anybody to come to my live and show me unequivocally, undeniably, that was Kenneka. Explain it in great detail so even the lamest person can understand. Because even Stevie Wonder can see that it wasn't Kenneka. And even Stevie Wonder can see that the time frame in which they proclaimed that this supposed girl had got up from the upper level to the lower level, it didn't happen in the time to which they stated, peoples. No, it didn't happen. And then for the book and for the record. If the girl was directed, but then help me to make this make sense. Did they walk her into the freezer, or did they carry her into the freezer? Because if she was directed, peoples, well then ultimately that person ended up in the freezer. But was it Kanika who walked herself into the freezer, or was she carried? Because see, you guys got two different stories going on. One, you say that the girl who was walking the halls of that establishment, she was being directed. And if she was being directed, well, then where is she now? Where is she now? Because see, I have already proven and debunked many of you with the court record on yesterday. Because the thing is the court had said that she was seen on video surveillance camera on the ninth floor, and it was installed camera. So meaning that the person who played Kanika was on video footage, but it wasn't Kanika. See, you thought it was Kanika, but it wasn't Kanika. And see, this is why I have asked each and every one of you, how did Kanika Jenkins get out of Irene's life? Because according to the court records, a Kanika walked out of Irene's life. But it wasn't Kanika. It wasn't Kanika. And I have explained many times why it wasn't Kanika. But many of you still don't get it that it wasn't Kanika. Because see, the thing is, people's, and this is going to be the biggest aha moment for you. If that was, as you proclaim, Kanika walking herself into a freezer, well, then what you're saying is that she walked herself into a freezer and laid down and died. That's what you're saying. For you're saying that the person who had walked themselves into a freezer, you're telling me and everybody else that person walked themselves into the freezer and laid down and died. And you're telling me that person is at fault for their own death. That's basically what you're saying. Because if you're saying that this girl walked around to the establishment and then she walked herself back towards the freezer, and the only thing that you can conclude is that she walked herself into the freezer. That's the only thing that you can conclude. Because see, none of you is saying that she was carried. None of you is saying that someone was there with her. All of you are saying that all of these other people had did things to her. But ultimately, you fall short for saying, okay, it was this person who had ultimately put her in there. See, you won't go that far. You won't go on record, and you won't go that far. And the reason you won't go that far is because of this young lady on my screen right here. You don't want to publicly say it because she's watching. She's listening. And she's looking at who conversates on my lives. And so, see, you want to keep up a certain persona to try to not piss her off. Well, I don't care about pissing her off, because my thing is for the search for the truth. Now, if things didn't happen, then she should have kept her mouth closed, right? But by her opening up her mouth, well, then she subjects herself to scrutiny, to criticism, to comment, to parody, to everything that Section 107 states, right? See, if you don't open up your mouth, can't nobody say nothing about you. But if you open up your mouth and you post it upon national TV like YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Reddit, Rumble, and all of these other types of social media platforms, TikTok and the likes, then you open yourself up for scrutiny. And you can't say jack shit because you said it and it's publicly displayed. So if you don't want it to be displayed, don't say nothing. Simple as that. Then nobody has nothing to say about you or to you. But if you say something and you put it on social media, you best believe that it's free game for everybody. And so I get your play. I understand your play. See, you can talk to me, but you won't talk to the people. You can talk to me, but you won't talk to her. Do you understand what I'm saying? So until you are ready to come publicly and say what you need to say, well then shh, because I don't give up. I don't want to hear it.
Say what you need to say. 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 Say what you need to say.
Now, if you can't say what you need to say, well, then it ain't nothing for you to say. So if you can't come and shoot your shot, well, then shh, shh, quiet, because I really don't want to hear it. I really don't want to hear it. See, people's the thing is that I come live because I love to come live. I come live because I love to do the various things that I do. I come live and talk about this Kanika Jenkins case because I love it. It still interests me. It still has a weight upon my shoulders. And I still care about Kanika Jenkins, Kanika Martin, peoples. I still care. And whether you're tired of listening to it or talking about it, well, then you can do me a favor. You can leave right now and you don't have to come back. See, losing one person or a couple of people, that's fine. Because that way you don't have to irritate yourself. And now I don't have to irritate you. And then one less person will be fine with me because, hey, I'm not here to try to ease and appease none of you. Whether you agree with me or whether you disagree, that's not here or there with me. Because at the end of the day, I'm unstoppable, peoples. I will always be here and I will always shoot my shot, regardless of whether you like it or not. Whether you feel it or not. I don't care. I don't care, peoples. Because at the end of the day, as long as I get out what I need to say about the Kanika Jenkins case, that's all that matters to me. Now, you don't have to talk about it. You don't even have to watch this live. Nobody's going to miss you. And then nobody will have to diss you. Is that all right, peoples? So I just wanted to make it understood to each and every one of you and stuff because, I get the subtle complaint and stuff. I really don't care. I'm going to talk about TM until I'm blue in the face, until I decide that I want to stop. And if that irritates the F out of you, then so well. You know, let me stand on your shoulders and let me talk to the top of my lungs and let me irritate the F out of you big time. Because you can't stop me. Neither can she. Is that all right, peoples? All right. Let me go ahead and get into this, peoples. The title of this live is Teresa Martin, A Reason to Celebrate. Is this why KJ went missing? Is this why KJ went missing? So for those who believe and don't understand that there is two Kanikas, well, let TM tell it. Let's go.
For as much as please Almighty take out this world.
It's only one. It's made for one.
Commit our bodies.
So did you get it? Did you hear what she said? Okay, so if you didn't hear what she said, well then let me go ahead and let me download this, and I'm gonna play it again, people, because you clearly heard her. Is Jesse? It's only one cremated and one buried. It happens so quick, people. So here, let me play it again. Let me play that again, people.
For as much as please Almighty take out this world.
It's only one. It's made for one.
Commit our bodies.
Okay, did you hear it? Okay, so let me go ahead and let me download this, and I'm gonna put it into my editing software so you can be able to hear it clearly, peoples, because I can enhance the volume on that in my editing software. So let me go here and let me call this up and let me download this. And I'm going to increase the volume on that so you can be able to hear clearly. But I heard it. I don't know why you didn't hear it, but I heard it. And so, you know, maybe some of you have some wax in your ears or something. I don't know. I mean, just like the photos, you can't see the photos, so you may have some problem with your ears to where you can't hear. So I'm going to dismiss all of the excuses. So whether you can't see or whether you can't hear, let me keep repeating it, and then let me turn up the volume. And so you can be able to hear it for yourself, peoples. Did you hear what I said? I said, so you can be able to hear it for yourself, peoples. So let me call up my editing software. I'll do that. I'm going to delete that. Then we're going to bring that over to my editing software. Where's the video? Right there. It's highlighted. Okay, we're going to put that right there. And then we're going to add that to here. Then we're going to revert the video around. Okay, so we're not going to swivel it. We're just going to rotate it. There we go. So I think we're going to rotate it 90 degrees. I think that's what it is, 90. Do it like that. Is it? Yep, it's 90 degrees. Okay. So now let me go here. Let me go here. Let me turn up the volume. Let me increase the volume. I think this one is the volume. Yeah. All right. So we're going to turn it up to 10. We're not going to blast it all the way up. We'll turn it up to 10. Okay, now let's listen to it. put it on normal speed, and then we're going to listen to it.
For as much as these take out
It's only one. It's made for one.
Now I know you heard that. She said Jazzy is only one cremated and one buried. Okay, let's do that again.
For as much as these take out
It's only one. It's made for one.
She said there's only one cremated and one buried. And then this says, this one right here, I couldn't copy the link. I don't know why. I'm not good with these damn phones. But after he says what he says, they're going to pass a white man and listen to after it sounds like she's saying Jazzy. One is already cremated. I'll reply to you afterwards after I watch the above video in a screenshot so that I know what I'm talking about on this video. I want you to listen to it first to make sure I'm hear what I hear about her saying Jazzy. One is cremated already. It's before 25 to 26 seconds. One is cremated already. If one is cremated already, one is buried. And I've always told you that there is a Kanika Jenkins and there is a Kanika Martin. And I'm sure that you've already you heard this. You heard this. So what I'm going to do now, but not now, but I am going to do, I'm going to put in my editing software here. And I'm going to put it in here. No, wait. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put in my sound thing, and I'm gonna see if I can filter out even more of the background noise. So I do have one just specifically for sound. This is the audio director. So this is power director, audio director, color director, photo director. So I do have one for sound. I'm gonna put it in there. I'm gonna work on the audio a little bit more so I can see if I can discreetly take out a little bit more of that background noise. But I am more than sure that if you were really listening, you heard what she said, that one was cremated. If you didn't hear anything else, I'm sure you heard at least that part. Let me play it one more time, peoples. Let's go.
for as much as these take out
It's only one. It's made for one.
And you heard what she said, Jazzy. She called Jazzy. And you heard it's only one cremated. You clearly heard that, peoples. You clearly heard that. And it came from TM lips. It didn't come from my lips. It came from TM lips. And she said it, peoples. I didn't say it. She did. She said it. And so if she didn't want to say it, well, then it shouldn't have been no reason for you to speak upon that in the first place. But she said it. Now, since she said it, let's go and listen into. Why is this like this? And why do I have that as a title like that? But anyway, I got the correct title. All right, people, so let me go ahead and share my screen. Let me go ahead and share my screen. I'm just here, just shooting my shot in, proving my stance, whether the people like it or not. Do you understand that, peoples? I said I'm only here shooting my shot, whether the people like it or not. So, peoples, Teresa Martin, a reason to celebrate. Is this why KJ went missing? Let's go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Teresa Martin, a reason to celebrate. Is this why KJ went missing? All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Teresa Martin, a reason to celebrate. Is this the reason why KJ went missing? You guys come on in. You guys come on in. For there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, is this the reason why Kanika Jenkins went missing? Is it the reason why, peoples? That is the one thing that I am asking the community. Is this the reason why Kanika Jenkins came up missing? People, you know that Teresa Martin had ended up getting surgery, right? You know this. I've shown you this many times before. You know this. Without a shadow of a doubt, you know this unequivocally and undeniably, peoples, that Teresa Martin had literally got surgery. You know this. I didn't have to tell you this again. You know it. But see, the thing is, peoples. The thing is this, and this is the question that I'm asking the people. Is this the reason why Kanika Jenkins came up missing? Because see, peoples, the thing is, and this is what I am asking each and every one of you, is that how in the world could Teresa Martin afford all of these plastic surgeries? Where did she get the money from to afford all of these plastic surgeries? See, peoples, I have literally been working with different ones who have been doing a diagnosis of Teresa Martin. And come to find out, peoples, that FBG Duck mother has talked about Teresa Martin and has talked about the family. I'm trying to find that, peoples. If you guys would just give me a chance, I'm a little late tonight. You know, I had some things that I had cooking in a pot and stuff, and it was just on fire. But I mean, hey, you know, things doesn't always turn out the way that you want it, but it always turns out. And that's the most wonderful thing about it, peoples. You know, because regardless of whether it turns out the way that you want it, it always turns out. It always turns out, peoples. And that's what I love about it, because again, FBG Duck mother has talked about Teresa Martin and talked about the family and talked about the various things that they have been doing. FBG Duck mother. And so, peoples, you know, I'm looking for that. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Thank you. See, I'm always, my supporters is always here on fire. Always here on fire and redeeming. Hello, Game Dog. How are you, my friend? It's a blessing to see you on today. All right, peoples, let's listen to FBG Duck mother. Let me share this to my Facebook, and where we'll listen to this, peoples. Let me share this to my Facebook. Oh, peoples, man, it is so much that I got to talk about. I don't know if I'm going to get through everything tonight. I'm gonna try my best to just do my best in things. Whew, man, it is so much. I've literally been here doing deep dive research and stuff, and oh my God, people, it's just incredible. Okay, people, so I think I had enhanced the audio to that of what we were listening. So let me go back. Let me share my screen. I'll be back with that in a moment. But let me share my screen, peoples. And we're going to get into this. We're going to listen to this real quick. I think I enhanced it to the degree to where you can be able to hear and understand it a little clearer. So let me go back here to my downloads. And then this was the one. Okay, so I'm on my downloads. And let me make sure that. Okay, sort by date modified. So the very last one should be this right here. This is the audio. Okay, so let's listen to it.
For as much that please the Almighty just take out of this world.
It's only one. It's made for one.
With the body, earth,
Okay, let's listen to it again.
for as much that please the Almighty just take out of this world.
It's only one. It's made for one.
With the body, earth, take out of this world.
It's only one. It's made for one.
With the body,
So that was a lot better because it didn't have all of that background noise, but you heard she said it's only one cremated. You clearly heard that. Let me back that up again.
out of this world.
It's only one. It's made for one.
With the body,
Okay, so let me see if I can slow it down some. Slow the speed down some to 0.5.
It's only one. It's made for one.
with the body,
It's only one. It's made for one.
with the body,
You heard the cremated. You heard that clear as daylight. Let's listen.
It's only one. It's made for one.
So you heard it's only one cremated. So let me put this in my editing software and let me see if I can increase the volume up on that. Okay, we're going to go back to here, go back to edit. We're going to keep that there, but we're going to add that file right here. And let's go back here. We're going to add the file in between there. There we go. All right. So now let's add that to this right here. We're going to block that. And we are going to increase the sound on here to 10. Now let's listen in without the background noise.
for as much that please the Almighty just take out of this world.
It's only one. It's made for one.
With the body, earth,
Now you clearly heard that it's only one cremated. I was able to blink out the background noise. Now let's listen to the one with the background noise.
for as much that please the Almighty just take out of this world.
It's only one. It's made for one.
With the body,
Okay, so that's with the background noise. Now let's listen to it without the background noise.
for as much that please the Almighty just take out of this world.
It's only one. It's made in one.
As you can see, she said it's only one cremated. You clearly heard that clear as daylight for yourself. So, and I did take out the background noise, and you heard that clear as day. Let me play it one last time.
For as much that He's Almighty take out of this world.
It's only one. It's made in one.
With our body.
So as you see, people, you heard her say it's only one cremated and one is buried. And I took out the background noise. You heard it clear as daylight. You know, and even if you didn't hear it clear as daylight, it is what it is because that's what she said. And so I've enhanced it. I took out the background noise. I love this audio version of the thing because I can take out background noise and all that stuff. So you heard it with the background noise and you heard it without the background noise. And you clearly heard her say, it is one cremated. It's only one cremated and it's only one is buried. So which one was cremated and which one was buried? Well, if you ask me, Kanika Jenkins was cremated. And if you ask me, Kanika Martin, that wasn't Kanika Martin in the casket. I don't know who that is. And I don't know what happened to Kanika Martin. But for her to say it's only one cremated and it's one buried, well, I don't even give two rat's asses what any other person may have said that was supposedly had been down at that establishment at the funeral, because I can see with my own eyes that that girl do not look like Kanika Jenkins. And many YouTubers on social media feels the same way, that it doesn't look like Kanika Jenkins. And so, you know, if you feel that look like Kanika Jenkins, well, then you feel that look like Kanika Jenkins, but you ain't gonna never change my point of view, because I don't care who says what, and I don't care if they have been there physically at the funeral. I got eyes and I can see, and from what the pictures that they have shown to me, in my eyes, it does not look like Kanika Jenkins, peoples. No, it doesn't. Not to me. Not in my eyes. And so, you know, it's just like, you don't believe me when I said that that is not Kanika Jenkins walking the halls of that establishment. That is not Kanika Jenkins walking into the establishment. And I can see in my own eyes with the silhouette that the silhouette doesn't match that of Kanika Jenkins. Every known picture that I have ever shown you clearly shows that it wasn't Kanika Jenkins, but yet you're still on hell bent and believing it was. Well, then that's your prerogative. You can believe that. I don't. And I'm going to publicly state that it wasn't Kanika Jenkins, peoples. And so again, you don't have to agree with me. But see, the thing is, if you got a disagreement, that's fine. But if you feel some type of way and you want the people to believe a certain type of way and stuff, you want me to be quiet and stop talking about Teresa Martin, Kanika Jenkins, and all like this, well, then damn it, bring your ASS onto my live and then prove to the people what your stance is. But if you can't come and prove to the people what your stance is, well, then my friends, forever shut your shh, forever shut your shh, because I don't want to hear it. I really don't want to hear it. I'm tired of people telling me what I don't know when, one, you don't watch my lives. That's the first thing. You don't watch my lives, but yet you want to tell me what you want to tell me. That's unacceptable. You got to watch my lives. Two, you got to get a greater understanding as to what I'm trying to convey before you even open your mouth and trying to say something different than what I'm saying. You got to have good comprehension. And you got to understand what I'm saying first before you even start blasting at the mouth. And then trying to condemn me from what I'm saying. We all have our own opinions, peoples. I said we all have our own opinions. And so I listen to yours, listen to mine. You know, it's a two-way street. Don't cut me off. Listen and learn something. See, you know, it's an equal thing. In order for me to respect you, you got to respect me. On the panel, off the panel. Do you understand what I'm saying? You may not necessarily agree with what I'm saying. That's fine. I'm not asking you to. Frankly, I really don't give two rat's asses if you do. But I'm always going to be on here and I'm always going to shoot my shot with the people and let the people know what my findings is. And I'm always going to prove my stance. Now, if you got something to prove, well, then come on and show us. Is that all right, peoples? All right, I see some of my peoples came in, so I'm going to give a shout out here. I'm going to give a shout out. See, some of my peoples came in. Hello, Miss Caplock Lee. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Miss Caplock had said, made it. Wow. Okay, this is the first time I ever seen your hair like that. Oh my God, because I normally see your hair just slick, laid down press. Now you got it into a Afro natural. That looks good, Mel. That looks good. I like that. Yeah. You should wear that more often. It makes you a little bit more distinguished in things. Yeah. So you wearing it. You wearing it well, Mel. You know, I got me some beautiful moderators, peoples. Got me some beautiful moderators and things. And so I'm glad that you made it. I know that you've been busy and things and stuff. And, you know, anytime that you come and stuff, you're always welcome. You know that. You know that and stuff. But I'm glad that you were to get some time off to come on in and talk with us. That's a beautiful thing. Hello, little Bo Peep. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Little Bo Peep says, okay, I am here. And Little Bo Peep came in with blessings to each and every one of you. And see, peoples, you know, I'm so partial to the people who come in and render blessings to the chat and to the channel and to me and to you. You know, that's a wonderful thing. That is absolutely a wonderful thing. Mildred Wilkins does that all the time. And every time my heart just gets so filled and so joyful when I see her, because she's coming in and she's blessing the people and she's blessing the channel. And that's what we need, peoples. We don't need irate people who's going to come and berate us and belittle us and, you know, all of this stuff. I mean, come on now, people. Jeez. Nobody said that you had to agree. But you know, you ain't got to come in all nasty. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? I said you do not have to come in nasty, peoples. And so here we are, peoples. I got my peoples in the house and stuff. And so now let's get back into the live, peoples. You know, I started early enough and stuff. I know we all have to go to work tomorrow, so that's why I started early, because I wanted to commemorate this day and things and get my live in and all. But I am going to do a part 2, but I'm going to do the part 2 to the live that I did on last night later on this week. You know, today I just wanted to do something a little different and whatnot, but I will do a part 2 to that of what I have done on last night. Now, if you all had a chance to watch it, I know you enjoyed it. But for those who didn't watch it, you're missing the treat, peoples. I said, you're missing a treat. And I'm grateful and thankful for all of the people who are watching and stuff because, man, I mean, it's a lot of people who's watching it. You know, it's a lot of people who's watching it. So I am so grateful and thankful for all of you who is taking the time out to watch the live and things. You guys are learning something and whatnot. And I dropped a bombshell on yesterday. And so I'm going to continue to keep dropping a little bit bombshells and stuff. Because see, what I want you to understand is simply this. That of what you're seeing is not always what you see. Now, like I said before, if they can be able to take a couple and put them in where they never been at a different date and time, well, what makes you think that they couldn't do that with this video footage? That's why they did it in clips. You know, they did it in the clips. And then, too, I want to go back over the ticket. Now, let's think reasonably, peoples. The ticket was dated on the 6th. The ticket was dated on the 6th. They only gave the tickets to the people who was involved in the Kanika Jenkins case, but it was only one couple that had received a ticket like that as well. Just one couple. So it's not to say that they were flawless with what they did, but it wasn't every patron. So just because one other family member got the ticket other than the people in this Kanika Jenkins case, what does that mean? I said, what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything, people. It doesn't change my thoughts or views about it just because one person got it. Now, if it was every patron that got it, well, then that's a big problem. But one person got it. Okay. But the people who got it, they end up changing the time to when they said that they were there. I'm going to talk more about that, peoples. I know you have your theory and I have mine as well. And then, you know, we'll put it out there and we'll see who theory reigns supreme. Because I'm always going to say what I need to say. I'm always going to shoot my shot and I'm always going to prove my stance, peoples. Is that all right? Now, whether you believe it was Kanika Jenkins or Kanika Martin, well, TM had already told you one was cremated and one was buried. Now, if you didn't hear one was buried, you certainly heard one was cremated. And she tried to whisper it, but somebody was recording. And thank God somebody was recording because we would never have heard it. Now, why would TM be at the gravesite at the funeral of Kanika and say one was cremated? Why would she say that? I mean, that's just that is just what can I say? It's just not a thing to do, peoples. One was cremated. Well, when they said that Kanika Jenkins was cremated, I didn't believe it in the beginning, but I talked about it. I didn't believe it because, you know, you don't want to believe that Kanika was cremated. But it was stated that she was cremated. And I'll show you the information, people. So I'll show you the place where they were supposed to have cremated her at a pet cemetery. Not a regular funeral, but at a pet cemetery. And why would they want to cremate Kanika Jenkins, peoples? Well, because if you don't have a body, well then, hey, it ain't nothing that you can prove. Right? Organs all taken from head to toe and stuff, stripped clean and things, saving lives and whatnot, getting money off of that. I mean, people's, you know, hey, there's a lot of people who's into the black market who does all of this deviant, devilish, and demonic madness. And you guys be trying to give these people a pass, but I'm not getting these people a pass. I'm going to be on the ASS. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm going to be on the ASS, and I'm going to prove to the degree that I can. And I've always proved it, peoples. So maybe this is one of the reasons why the YouTubers never wanted to come and challenge me, because they can't stand up against what I have. Point blank, period. And the thing is, I'm not beholden to nobody. I'm not Teresa Martin's friend. I'm not all of these other people's friend. So I'm free to say whatever I want to say. And I'm not a lot of these YouTubers' friends. So I really can give two rat's asses less what they feel, or less alone what they say. I'm free to open my mouth to say whatever I need to say. I'm not beholden to these people. Do you understand, peoples? So, with that being said, hey, I care less if they get mad at me. I keep it on the even kill. Now I'm not going all deep into their lives and stuff and pull it all in this salacious madness. I keep it on the case. I keep it on the case. So if it has something to do with the case, I'm talking about it. If it ain't got nothing to do with the case, well, then that's their personal business. Whatever they do under their sheets is their business. But if it had something to do with the Kanika Jenkins case, it's free game to me. And you best believe I'm going to talk about it. So, peoples, let's get back into this live that I was just showing you. Teresa Martin. A reason to celebrate. Is this why KJ went missing? Let's go, peoples. Let's go. And you guys thought that the Kanika Jenkins case can never be reopened, peoples? Well, I just say this. For all of you non-believers, just keep non-believing. Because it's people like me who works behind the scenes who continue to keep finding good, wholesome stuff and piecing it and putting it together. As I told you, people, I'm gathering up all of my information and stuff, and I will be submitting a petition just like they did with the Kendra. I mean, not the Kendra Johnson case, but the not the Tyree Nichols case. What's that gentleman's name who had ended up? His mother was saying that the police wasn't forthright with a lot of the information about him. We was just talking about him not too long ago, but his name slips my mind. I got so much in my mind, people. I can't, remember everything or contain everything and stuff, but I'm just doing my best. And that's what happens when you get another year. You, not to say that you get forgetful and things. It's just that I got so much on my plate right now, and I'm trying to consume it all and stuff. But man, it's overwhelming sometimes. It is really overwhelming sometimes and stuff. But I just continue to just keep doing my best to try to keep bringing it to you. And see people's, thank you for all of my supporters. Thank you for the people who have rallied with me and hung in here with me and stayed with me and things. I mean, Vicky Davis, Mother Door One, I love you dearly because you have literally shown your faithfulness. And you have literally went down, to the degree, and you've literally just shown your major support for the channel. And you pretty much told the people where to go, what to do, and how to do and things. And I greatly appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. When a lot of my moderators had left and things, you've been here. And that I will never forget. And it's not to put shades on any of my former moderators and things and stuff, because see, people, I'm not trying to ramp things up no more and stuff. I just here to just do what I do. And I'm just here. I'm just here, peoples, to literally. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And well, I mean, I want to include you too, little Bo Peep, but we kind of have to talk about that. You're one of my major supporters too, and this is one of the reasons why I brought you back to the chat room and stuff. But the thing is with you, and I'm just gonna have to just say this. You got to stop the effery. You got to stop it. Because see, I've been having too many issues with you, more so than the other moderators and things, and I'm not liking it. And this is one of the reasons why I don't include you into a lot of the stuff. But yeah, you've been one of my major supporters and things. But you got to stop running here and there, here and there, and here and there, because again, your name, what you do is coming up in too much stuff, and I'm not liking that. And I told you that you know I'm not going to entertain the madness and things. And I think a lot of people really don't believe me when I said that. A lot of people continue to keep wanting to test me and things. And see, now I'm getting to the point where I'm literally exiting everybody out my life. All of these people who don't mean me no good and continue to keep doing all of this mess madness and stuff. I'm just going to block you. I'm just going to delete you, and I'm not going to think about you. And that's what I've been doing. And so a lot of you, you haven't heard from me, and rightfully so. You haven't heard from me, rightfully so. And that's what I mean. Because now it's getting close to the winter months. Christmas is coming, and there are some things that I got in place for the Christmas season, for the holiday season, for the Thanksgiving season and things. And I don't need distractions. I really don't. We are literally on the precipice of doing great things. Everybody is loving it. People are chiming in into the community wall section, and everybody is chiming out. Okay, so Little Bo Peep, this was an old live. This thing has been several years ago, so it's no need to go ahead and get all into your feelings. I don't know, and I can't help what lives is being played or what I've said on the live. So it's no need for you to get all into your feelings. All right. So that was back in the day. Don't take it personal, and I don't want to hear it. All right. This was this. If you check the live, this was about 2 years ago, and so we've been past all of this stuff. So, and that goes for anybody. If you hear some things and stuff, and I'm saying I'm only speaking from my heart, and I'm speaking from the time that happened, but years has passed, so things has changed. So if you hear some from my old lives and stuff, don't take it personal. Is that all right? So now, from this moment on, I hope I don't hear anything about this live and you all into your feelings just because this was said and things. All right. All right, people, let's get back into Teresa Martin. A reason to celebrate. Is this why KJ went missing? Let's go. I'm loving it. The numbers is up, the subscriptions is up, and we're doing great things. And then the more that I keep researching, the more that I keep finding, the more that I'm going to continue to expose, regardless of what the other YouTubers say. I just play with them. I do that to play with them peoples. But if they take that to heart, they take that to heart. I don't care, because none of that stuff really bothers me. All of this stuff is internet. It's internet madness. And yeah. So people stay away from the effery, and you will never have any issues with Edward Joseph. I'm asking you nicely. Now, see, I'm asking. I'm not telling you. I'm asking. But if you continue, then I'm going to block you forever from everything, from all channels, from contacting me, from any way of getting in touch with me. You will be exiled. And I've did that to several people. Now, the only reason why I haven't fully done it to some of you and stuff, because I see your worth, I see your value. But your worth and value doesn't outweigh your disrespect. It doesn't. I'm big up on respect. And if you can't respect me, if you can't respect the channel, if you can't respect the people in here, well, then you got to go. I dealt with that a whole year or something since I've been on YouTube. I'm not going to go through another year with what I've been through this year in the year prior. I'm just not going to do it, peoples. I'm not going to do it. I'm at the point now to where my thing is this. If you're going to rock with me, rock with me. If you're going to be against me, be against me. At least, be against me. Don't try to sugarcoat it. Don't, because I'm going to find out. I got eagle eyes, peoples. I got a spirit of discernment. The Lord will show me you and show me the things that you try to say and do up against me. You can't touch God's anointed and God's appointed. I'm sorry, you can't. You just can't. And it really doesn't matter what you feel about me and stuff. I love you with the love of Christ, and that's what makes the difference. And that's why I will always come on top, because again, I will never treat you how you treat me. I will never do that. Any response that I give, it will be measured. It will be tempered in things, but it will be a response. But see, I got to do what the Lord told me to do. Stand still and know that I am God, and I will fight your battles. That's my biggest problem. I keep getting in the way, and I just need to just let him have it and let him have you instead of me interceding. See, I pray about it, people. And when I pray about it, God answers my prayer. And he always answers my prayer. And he always comes in right on time. And see, the things that you're going through, well, you should think about why you're going through things, because see, if you stop messing with people, then you wouldn't go through the things that you go through, but you go through the things because you mess with people way too much, and you need to stop that madness. You need to stop that madness, people. So I tell you, my God, I mean, wow, many of you will be well off and far above where you are now, but you're going through because you continue to keep messing with people. And now what's going to happen is, people, you continue, what you're going to do is you're going to alienate yourself with a lot of people. People are not going to want to rock with you. People are not going to want to politic with you, all because they see who you are. You can't run from here to there to here to there and keep taking buckets of madness and spreading it in the fields of other people's places. You can't do it. Now, some of you got ejected from Custom Designs channel. Some of you got ejected from other channels and things. And now you want to come back here. Well, you're always welcome. But again, this will be my final warning to all of you naysayers, all of you instigators and agitators. I had enough. I've literally had it up to here. Now, okay. You want to poke the bear? Well, then Poke the bear and then watch what the bear does, because the bear has claws. And when those claws dig deep down into you, well, then it won't be a good feeling, peoples. So I'm asking you nicely, peoples. Stay out the chat with all of the effery, because it's not warranted here. We have our own narrative. We do what we do here. I don't care about other channels. I don't care what they do. I don't care what they say. If ever I'm going to speak upon them, I am just playing with them. I'm toying with them because they're weak minded. They're weak minded. And then they react to the various things that I say and do. And so that's why I do it, just to have a little bit of fun. But now getting back to the situation that is at hand, peoples. Getting back to the situation that is at hand. FBG Duck mother have spoken upon TM in family. FBG Duck. And so thanks to 82, let's see what FBG Duck mother has to say. Okay, so let me do this. Let me stop for station identification and let me do this real quick because this is set up on my heart to do. Let me do this, peoples. Let me share my screen. This young lady that you see on the screen has been found, people. She has been missing. She has been missing, peoples. And thank God, throughout the prayers. See, peoples, the effectual, fervent prayers of a righteous man availeth much. She wasn't nothing but 11 years old, 5'2", 100 pounds, hair black, eyes brown, and she was a female, as you can see here, peoples. And she was last seen 10/7. She was wearing light blue jeans with dark spots. Shirt was royal, character unknown. She was 11 years old, peoples. And this young lady has been found home safely. In my backyard, peoples, in my backyard, this young lady has been found, and I thank God for that. So it doesn't only just happens in Chicago. It doesn't just only happens all everywhere, peoples. It happens everywhere. And it happened in my backyard. And this 11-year-old has been found safely, peoples. Safely. And we thank God for her. We thank God that the Lord has allowed the people, the citizens of Richmond, California, to be able to congregate together. See, people, that's how we do it here. That's how we do it here. When someone comes up missing in our community, the community rallies around and we find our children. You can't come into our community and think that you're going to do some devious, devilish, and demonic madness and think that you're going to take our babies and not think that we're not going to find out about it. No, see, that's the difference between my community and your community. Well, your community where anybody can get commandeered and everybody will be silent because everybody doesn't want to get involved. Well, no, we get involved. We don't care. We don't care about the people who proclaim that they're going to shoot up the neighborhood and all like that. No. We come to arms. We are armed. We have voices. And we let it be heard, peoples. And we put it out on notice for all of you. If you decide to come to our community to try to take our kids, we will find you. Remember that movie Taken? He said I had special skills. I will find you. You remember that, right? I the can't remember the script verbatim, but he had said that I will find you, and he did, and he killed them. So I'm happy to report, peoples, that the young lady has been found and the perpetrators has been arrested, charged with kidnapping, and will serve hopefully the rest of their lives in prison for the nefarious madness that they have done. All right, people, let's get into this. That was the station identification. Um, we don't play when it comes to our babies. And although I don't live in the community, it's still my community. All of the Bay Area is my community. And we will do what we need to do. This is why, peoples, anybody who sells drugs, anybody who thinks that they're going to come in and commandeer our children, anybody thinks that they're going to come in and beat our children, anybody thinks that they're going to come in and do anything to our citizens in our community, we come together, peoples. We come together. Black, white, Mexican, Asians, Hispanics, and all of the likes, people, all different facets of people, we all come together and we make a difference. You'll never come into our community and do the things that has been done in Chicago and all of these other places. Tennessee, Atlanta, Georgia, Detroit, Michigan. No. You come to California and you try to do that stuff, we will find you. Hello, Vicki Davis. How are you, ma'am? And it's a blessing to see you on today. Peoples, now let's get into this. Teresa Martin had surgery. Peoples. She had surgery. And it was a month prior to Kanika Jenkins coming up missing. And when you put the pieces together, peoples, the one thing that stood out, and it should have stood out to all of you, is that she stood on the porch of her home and she said, Janaea, I love you. Wait until I get rich and you're going to see how much I love you. And people, that had set the tone for what was transpiring. And it was going to happen. People. She did that with her sister on her porch. She already knew that Kanika Jenkins was at the establishment with Bill Murray's son. Now, I'm going to let FBG Duck Mother tell you how much of an influence the Jenkins and the Martins family is and how much power Kanika Jenkins had. She had a big family, peoples. And not only did she had a big family, but her father was known. Very known. And they had connections up the yin yang. And see, Kanika Jenkins knew a lot of the OGs. And so the people respected her. That's why she's never been touched. That's why she's never been touched. When the guy said Shorty's dead, and they kept the camera on Kanika Jenkins, and you see how her own brother tried to play like he didn't know her when she walked up to the porch and wanted to stand by him. And he turned his back subtly. and that was throwing shades. But yet they had the audacity to try to put some shades upon her and say that she was deceased in a car where she never was in the car. People, I see my peoples came into the house, so I want to go ahead and give a shout out to hello, Carla Henry. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Carla Henry said, blessings, Edward Joseph in chat. And you know, peoples, man, I have a soft heart when you guys come in and bless the house. Thank you so much. From the bottom of my heart, peoples. I mean, I really do appreciate it. I really do. You know, you guys just don't know how much that really touches me when you guys come in and you are blessing the house. You're blessing me and you're blessing the people in the house. I really do appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. And I wanted to stop and say that and to say thank you. Now, people, I'm a little bit emotional right now and stuff because as I'm sitting back watching this live and things and speaking up on Kanika Jenkins and stuff, I just can't help but to remember my mom, my father, my brother who had passed on and all. I know this is Memorial's Day, and I've just been sitting back behind the scenes looking at some family pictures and just reminiscing and things and stuff. And doing what my mom would have done on this day. I'm barbecuing some barbecue, making some barbecue baked beans and stuff, and frying some chicken and making some potato salad. I was going to make some greens, but I didn't feel like going through that process and stuff. But I got some barbecue baked beans, potato salad, and some corn on the cob. Everything except for the greens. You know, I feel like making the greens. And the only reason is because I didn't feel like cleaning them. And plus, I don't have a soft pork. I don't have the ham hock. I meant to get it, but you know, I didn't get it. so, so that's what it is, people. But you know, hey, yeah, that's what it is. But I mean, I see my favorite lady in the house. I see my favorite lady in the house, and I'm always, whatever I am doing while I'm around the computer, because a lot of times when I'm playing the lives, you know, I'm behind the scenes washing dishes and things like that. But anytime I see my favorite lady in the house, I have to stop the live, peoples. And I have to give a shout out to hello, Mother Dora One. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. And I see that you're looking fly. You got on your sunglasses and got your hair all combed down and stuff and sitting back and out in the sunshine and enjoying yourselves. Mother Dora One has says, Happy M Day, Edward Mods in chat. And so, people's families, y'all come on up, y'all give it up for Mother Dora One. She is the mother of the house, and we always give our respect to our mother. She's the mother of this house. We do not say nothing derogatory about Mother Dora One. Period. Period. That will not be tolerated at all. No disrespect, no nothing. And I think that the people understands that now more so than ever before, you know, because, you know, but I'm not going to bring up bygones and things, but yes, she is the mother of the house, and we give total respect to Mother Dora One. Is that all right, peoples? And so I see my other one in the house. Hello, Mariah Lavender. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mariah Lavender says, hey, Mr. Edward and everyone. And peoples, you know, this, man, I feel good on this Memorial's Day because my peoples is in the house. Now I'm looking for my other peoples, my old moderators and things. Tiff, where you at? Where you at, Tiff? Come on back. You know, we all here waiting for you. Tiff, we're waiting for you, Mel. Come on back. Island Girl, where you at, Mel? We're waiting for you. Come on back. Alice, we're waiting for you. Come on back. Trish, we're waiting for you. Now I do understand the circumstances and things, and I want to say my condolences to you and your family. I know the feeling. I do understand. I've been there, and it's going to take some time and things and stuff. But I want you to know that I'm praying for you, and God had healing hands, and it ain't nothing that heaven, earth has no sorrow that heaven cannot heal. And I'm praying mightily for you, Trish. The chat room, everybody is praying mightily for you. So, you know, you're always welcome. You have your spot here. You know, when you're ready to come on back, come on back. Sharnetta, I know you're watching too. Come on back. Come on back. I need my family back. I need all of the ladies back. Little Bo Peep came on back and things and stuff. So, you know, I need you guys here. I need you guys here. I need you guys to come on in. Ms. Durham came on back last night. And so, you know, I'm still waiting for you. Still waiting for you all to come on in the house. You know, everybody's here. And I want to do a reunion. I want to do a reunion with all of you. Is that all right, peoples? All right, people. So we're going to get back into the live and things and stuff. I'm going to sit here and finish washing the dishes and going to go ahead and finish cooking and stuff. You know, make sure that we all have a good meal on this day. And you guys be blessed and enjoy this live, peoples. I mean, enjoy this live because you know how I do it. I'm always speaking, but I'm always going to speak my truth. I'm always going to speak my truth. Now, you may not necessarily agree with it, but that's okay. Because at the end of the day, peoples, you know, it's my truth. Is that all right, peoples? All right, people. So we're going to get back into this and things. And I'll be back, you know, periodically and stuff to check the chat and look at the live and stuff. But just know I am listening, I am watching, but I am on the move too, because I want to make sure that my son is fully fed and things on this day to commemorate what my mama and daddy used to do with us when we were young. All right, let's go, peoples. Let's go. He was never in the car, but let the YouTubers said, you know, see, that's what stupid people do. They go and they take bits and pieces and they run with it. Don't even know what the hell they're saying, but they just run with it, people. Kanika Jenkins had clout status. Oh, yeah, she was with King Rob. She had protection from King Rob. She had protections from all of the other uppers, peoples, even Bill Murray and son. Yes. I'm talking about Kanika Jenkins, not Kanika Martin, people. See, Teresa Martin has a daughter, Kanika Martin, that didn't come out of her pee. But I'm talking about Kanika Jenkins. So you know it is a Kanika Jenkins and it is a Kanika Martin, and equally, peoples, equally, they had respect. Didn't nobody mess with them. See, you heard rumors and stuff that Kanika Jenkins was a snitch because you remember Shemaya when she was laying in the bed with Kanika Jenkins. She called her a snitch. And when you call someone a snitch on major TV such as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and you name it, X, as it's called now, well, then people, that reverberates within the community. Kanika Jenkins the snitch? Kanika Jenkins had seen a murder go down? Kanika Jenkins this, Kanika Jenkins that. See, peoples, if you really do your in-depth research about Kanika Jenkins, you will begin to discover it's a lot about Kanika Jenkins, peoples, that you did not even know. You didn't even know. You didn't even know the ties that this girl had. She was the sweetest little princess there was, but she had the utmost respect from the community. They didn't touch her, peoples. She was not to be touched. And see, peoples, unlike what many of you may say or think, and what many of you may do, well, that's why she all the time had stayed in the fashions. You see, Kanika was one, she was an icon. She dressed to impress. You never seen Kanika Jenkins walk out the house with any hair out of place. Every nail was polished. Every strand of her hair was combed and relaxed. She had Jordans, $500 shoes. What were the other people only can wear Pumas or my Adidas. And see, Kanika Jenkins, every time you looked at her, people, she was always fly to the T. Fly to the T. And that's why everybody wanted to emulate Kanika Jenkins, not Martin Peoples Jenkins. The distinct difference between the two. Martin had a baby. Jenkins never did. And so this is one of the reasons why Teresa wanted to make you seem like both is of the same. Now, peoples, she's got the money. She's a millionaire. She's not 50 million rich. I've already told you how much rich she is, but she is a millionaire. And see, people, even though she's a millionaire now, she still haven't put a gravestone on the grave. And why is that, peoples? Because Kanika Jenkins ain't in nobody's grave. We don't even know where her ashes are scattered. But whoever that is in the grave, they don't want us to talk about it, peoples. And see, that is the key right there. That is the key right there that's going to get this case busted wide open, peoples. Oh, yes, I'm working with my brothers in blue. And we are doing things behind the scene, peoples. And I'm going to need your help because, see, the thing is, there is no timeline to murder, peoples. There's no timeline to murder. And see, all of these entities are involved. It's just like the President T scandal. You see, it's a coup. They wanted to stay in power forever and a day. You see what I'm saying? Well, see, this is the same that's happening in this caper right here. So the funeral homes works together. Members of the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office works together. Members of the Chicago PD works together. Members of the Rosemont PD works together. And members of Crown Plaza Hotel establishment works together. And God damn it, people, I got the receipts, I got the goods, I got it. I got it all, people. Oh my God. When you connect the connects to the connects, that's the connect right there, peoples. And this is one of the reasons why that they had literally covered up this case. You did not really understand, people, how much Kanika Jenkins had influence and how they had to have a fake Kanika be at the establishment for them to pull off this caper. See, people, if it wasn't a caper, then it wouldn't be no fake Kanikas at the establishment. You see what I'm saying? See, the thing is that if it wasn't a caper, peoples, they wouldn't have to try to perform a reenactment, because see, it ain't no re to the enactment. You got to have an enactment first before you can have a reenactment. But see, it was never no reenactment because then enactment never happened. Kanika Jenkins never had an opportunity to walk the halls of that establishment. And when a big name is associated to the caper, people's, oh my goodness, yes, things has to be covered up. And see, I am so glad that Trade Gang and Custom Designs had said the things that they said, because they only validated everything that I've been saying for all of this time, people. They said it out their own mouths that there was a fake Kanika that had played Kanika at the establishment. Well, people, if this wasn't no caper, well, then why would you have to have a fake Kanika play the real Kanika? Why did the fake Kanika almost walk into the lobby, the main lobby, where Bree was standing, people? Oh my God, people, see, you can make all of these assumptions and you can allude to the fact that all of these people was there. But see, the one thing I need to get you to understand and see, peoples, why was the gang members there? All of these prominent gang members and all of these prominent Masons, Eastern Stars, Shriners, and the likes, peoples. Why were they all there at the establishment? Why was King Rob there? We seen Kanika in the car with King Rob. And we clearly seen Kanika making dirty faces at King Rob when King Rob literally screamed out to a guy, 30 minutes, dude, 30 minutes. 30 minutes what? For one of the girls in the car? Oh, people, you did not. It's to me. Keep my mic on. Don't turn off my sound. Am I talking too much? Are they commandeering my channel, peoples? Because this is the second time that my mic went out. Am I saying too much? YouTube, Facebook, what's going on? It's the second time. So peoples, yes, King Rob is prostituting those girls out. He's prostituting Kanika, Nifa, Shemaya, and her cousins and other girls. King Rob. NTM already knew this, people. See, there is a sweet connection between King Rob and Teresa Martin. Teresa Martin is a madam. Teresa Martin is the one who ends up employing, training, and sending out the babies. Yeah, sending out the babies. This wasn't nothing new, peoples. Everybody knew it. All of the people in Chicago knew it, but they kept it on their wraps. Did you know that Teresa Martin was a major drug dealer, peoples? You didn't know that, did you? Just like KJ's father was a major drug dealer. He had affiliations with Larry Hoover, Carl Nesbitt. Yeah. You didn't know that, did you? All of this shit all started back in Cabrini Green. Did you know that Bree Bree and some of the people are high ranking vice lords? You didn't know that, did you? And Teresa Martin's family is high ranking BDs. You didn't know that, did you? That's why the crazy crew and all of them, everybody, all of these entities was there. All of these sectors of gangsters was there, all for an initiation in a satanic ritual. You didn't know that, did you? You didn't know that Irene Roberts leveled up in the game, did you? You didn't know that, did you? Yes, you did. Stop lying. You just didn't want to say. You didn't want to say, peoples. See, when you do a forensic analysis between the testimonies of Irene Roberts, Pease, and Killer, they all gave different names. They all gave different points of views. They all gave a different narrative. And who was they speaking upon? Was they speaking upon the same girl? Or was they speaking upon someone different? People, did you ever know Kanika Jenkins to be a fighter? But you knew Kanika Martin was. You never known Kanika Jenkins to be a fighter, but you didn't know Kanika Martin was. I mean, you knew Kanika Martin was. You heard what Pease had said, that if you look at her wrong, she's ready to fight you. She didn't tolerate people disrespecting her in such a manner. But Kanika Jenkins was just such a sweet spirit. Would she ever do that, people? Did she have that fighting spirit within her? And see, these are the things that the people have been missing all of this time. Because see, what everybody wants to focus upon, all of this madness as to what was transpiring at the hotel, well, leave it up to Trey Gang, and leave it up to Custom Designs, and leave it up to Casey Cloy Overa Sanchez Mendina, who said that Kanika Jenkins was commandeered on the 8th and died on the 8th. People, that was not so. And even if she was commandeered on the 8th and died on the 8th, well, then help me to explain this. Why are they still talking about this case when a lot of this stuff reflected upon the 9th, but Kanika Jenkins was never alive on the 9th? So they only debunked themselves when they said that Kanika Jenkins was already deceased. And just with that alone, peoples, they have literally endorse the various things that I have been saying. They complimented it, peoples. And so let me go down the line. Hello, Game Dog. It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Hello, ER Will. It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Hello, Vicky Davis. It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Hello, Lee Sanders. It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Now, peoples, Mr. Lee Sanders, help me to make this make sense, my friend. If Kanika Jenkins was commandeered on the 8th and she died on the 8th, well, then how does the 9th and the 10th play in all of this? How does it play in all of this? Because see, the thing is, Kanika Jenkins could not have ever walked the halls of that establishment if she died on the 8th, Lee Sanders. It is no possible way. And so if she died on the 8th, how in the hell could she have walked the halls of that establishment, my friend? How could she have been found by a pool? And see, the thing is, Lee Sanders, I've already debunked Custom Design anti-slay narrative when they said that Kanika Jenkins was brought into the establishment deceased. No, people. No. Remember why you do me this way. Why y'all do me this way. Remember that chime? And you heard the guy say, "Get that stick and stick it up her anal." You heard it. Trey Game played it like 50 million times on his channel. And Trey Gay even had to admit that's what the boy said. Even when you slow down the audio, peoples, you can clearly hear him say it. Now, see, I just got a little tiny channel. I got a big channel. Now, peoples, let me interject right here for one moment because I am going to play back the video of what Trey Gay had said, peoples, about the broomstick. You know, but he's all the time wants to take my narrative and tries to run with it. So, okay, okay. So since you want to run with it, Trey Gay, well then let me go ahead and expose you for the madness that you've been saying. Since you want to take my narrative and try to run with it. So this is about the broomstick peoples. I'm going to my channel. Let me go to my shorts and let's listen to Trey Gay talk about the broomstick. Okay, people, so I see that I didn't share the screen. I thought that I shared it, but I didn't share it. So let me share the screen, peoples. Let me go back here and let me rewind it so you can hear it, peoples. Let's go.
Reference to the anus.
And then I'm gonna ask you this. When Trey Gang got that letter from French K when they said they stuck a broom in that girl bottom part, and then French K said the Royal Order Jesters was there that night, and they got members at the hotel, and then you got these people with logos with the images, so this let me know some of this stuff ain't even sex act. It could be torture. Man, nobody ain't thinking about this stuff, bro. Cause when I think about the broomstick, when I got that letter in my heart, when I heard about that broomstick, and I'm like, man, I gotta put it out there because I can't just, you know what I'm saying, I just can't just put half of it out there. I gotta put everything. And it just puzzled me that the family did not even deny it. The mother didn't even not deny it. The mother even was like, yeah, Trey Gang. So I'm like, wait a minute. It's got to be some truth. And they talking about the pool. All this will be going on in the pool. And then I'm looking at the family reaction. I'm like, something ain't right, cause if that's the case, that would be going on. The family would have been like, man, you did your research. I'm finna bag you up on that because you done figured it out and let's do this. None of that. I'm like, wait a minute, something ain't right.
Can you do a click on a dick? Shit, how the hell you think you got here?
Reference to the anus.
And so, peoples, yes, Teresa Martin never denied it, but she never said anything to Trey Gay. And Trey Gay tried to say that Franz Cave had written him a letter and spoken about the broomstick, but the so-called letter that Trey Gay got was fake, phony, and a fraud. Yes, it was the gang members that did that to Kanika, and it wasn't the establishment. And this is the point that I tried to make to the people. You heard what Kanika had said. Why you do me this way? Why y'all do me this way? And Trey Gay had played the F out of that audio. Why you do me this way? Why y'all do me this way? They recorded everything that they did to KJ. But you got to understand, peoples, it was two Kanikas. It was more than one. And I've shown you the Kanika Jenkins deception. I've shown you. I've shown you Kanika Jenkins and Kanika Martin. I've clearly shown you that, peoples. And Kanika Jenkins was the one who was in the freezer and who was on the gurney. Kanika Martin was the one who had been assaulted, but with the tongue sticking out of her mouth. And those was the two Kanikas, Kanika Jenkins, Kanika Martin. But it was other people who had died as well. People who you never even seen leave that establishment that played Kanika. You didn't even see the people who had gotten beaten and battered, because you do remember the dispatcher had said there was 2 assaults and battery. Battery is more urgent. 2 assaults and battery, meaning 3 people had ended up getting abused, and they had to call the ambulance for that. Oh, you remember that, right? It's amazing, people's how you guys don't remember a lot of anything. Has it been that long, peoples? I mean, it's so vivid in my mind, just like the back of my head. But see, the great thing is that a lot of this video content I captured and I played the back in my lives to keep a record of it, so I can play it back so you can see and understand for yourself. Even if you don't remember, I got it on my lives, peoples. Got it on my lives, and I played it back on my lives and stuff. A lot of the text messages and things that the people, a lot of the postings that the people had made and things and stuff. But a lot of the original content that happened in this case. Oh yeah, I got a copy of it, peoples. Blessed be to God. Thank you, Jesus. Because it will never die as long as I live. And I will always play it back so you can be able to see. But then the thing is, people, you don't have to take my word for it. So don't get mad when I'm giving my narrative. It ain't no need to get mad, because nobody said that you have to agree with me. You can agree with yourself. You agree with whatever you believe, whatever floats your boat. However you view this case, that is fine with me. You're not hurting me. So don't get mad when I give my narrative. If you got a difference in opinion and stuff, well, then that's fine. Come and talk with me, and then come talk to the people, and then show the people what your findings is. Explain it in great detail. I've always gave any and everybody in this community an opportunity to come speak their piece. You know, this is the way that I see things and stuff. I'm not saying that you have to believe what I say, but if you believe different, well, then come talk to us, and then share us what your beliefs is, but thoroughly explain, and make sure that you have something to back up what you say, because I've always do. And I continue to keep showing you my proof to my truth based upon what they said. Not my interpretation, but what they said. And when you hold these people accountable for what they said, it's hard to say anything different because you can't change what they said. You can't change what comes out their mouth. And if they didn't mean to say what they said, well, then they shouldn't have said it in the first place, because then that's only going to make them even look more guilty. All right, peoples, let's go ahead and get back into this. I had to show you what Trey Gay said, because Franz Cave ain't never sent Trey Gay a letter and never mentioned anything about the broomstick, because Franz Cave wasn't a part of the assault on Kanika Jenkins with the broomstick. Let's go, peoples. Let's go. But Trey Gay even went in, he complimented what Edward Joseph had said. See, Trey Gay in Custom Designs and T. Slay, Casey Chloe Over Sanchez Mendina, 54 Keys, Zillionaire, Boss Man Hair Lawson, John Queer Q, they all have complimented everything that Edward Joseph was saying. Because, see, people, when I first came to YouTube, I came with the narrative that Kanika Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. That's what I said, Julia Cox. Hello, Julia Cox. It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Julia Cox, when I first came to YouTube, that's exactly what I said. I didn't mix no words. I didn't twist my tongue. I said Kanika Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. That's exactly what I said. And come to find out, all of these many years later, Julia Cox, Edward Joseph was right. You heard Mother Dora 1 had told you the other day. When I came on YouTube, that was my narrative. And this was one of the reasons why she had to leave Trey Gang. That's one of the reasons why she had to leave Trey Gang, because she said that I was the one who had said that there is many Kanikas there's many girls who play Kanika. And yes, that is true. And yes, the other YouTubers finally had to acknowledge that after all of this time. And see what they're trying to do, people, is they're trying to twist and slowly turn their narratives so it doesn't make them look stupid. But see, what they fail to realize is that I've already got a library of their narratives of what they were speaking. And I can go back and play back their lives that they were speaking. And I can debunk every word that they say. And you see, the thing is, people, you've been in their channels. You know what they've been saying for all of this time. But the people who's been rocking with me ever since I've been on Facebook understands what Edward Joseph has been saying all of this time. And see, I was unpopular, Julia Cox. I was very unpopular. But I'm popular now because, see, I got the goods. And I got the goods that can bust this case wide open. Because, see, where I'm going now is where none of you will ever venture to. And that is the gravesite. That is the gravesite, people. See, once you garner enough evidence, then you can petition the powers to be to go ahead and get the body exhumed. Exhumed, Julia Cox. You can get that body exhumed. Because, see, that's not Kanika in there. The establishment is working with all of these people, the judges, everybody is working together. And that's why they had to settle for a great amount so everybody can get a piece of the pie. See, Julia Cox, what you need to understand, and let me explain this to you, ma'am. The Kanika Jenkins case is tied to the Kendrick Johnson's case. It's tied to the Kendrick Johnson's case, Julia Cox, because the same thing that happened in the Kanika Jenkins case is happening in the Kendrick Johnson's case. And guess who have ties with Teresa Martin? Yep, you guessed it. Kendrick Johnson's mother. Yep. Kendrick Johnson's mother knows personally Teresa Martin. Knows personally. And you guys remember, people. You guys remember, I've shown you. She came into my channel and she tried to threaten me with a lawsuit and things. And I told the bad B to go ahead and sue me. Sue me. Sue me. If you sue me for defamation of character. Teresa Martin, she's got money. Sue me for defamation of character. Mention my name. I want these people to mention my name. Put me on the map, because the one time that you ever mention my name, I am going full force, hard and heavy, and I am exposing everything that I know. Everything. And this is what scares them to no end. This is why they took down my channel. This is why they kept sending all these hilarious and nefarious people to my channel. This is why they have all of these ops here to try to get me to talk about everything else other than the case. And see, I bought into that for a moment until I figured out and found out what was going on. And then when I found out what was going on, I had to change tactics. And so now they can't track my page no more. They ain't messing with me no more, because see, it is too deep now. They got paid now. Now everybody's silent. Where's Teresa Martin? You don't see her making no more lives and stuff. Because see, now I got the backings of the community. Now, since you guys are mad, since you guys finally understood what I've been saying for the longest time, now you are going to come on board. I've been telling you. You didn't want to listen. Now you are listening. Now channel that energy, people, and work with me to bring this woman down. But we got to do it strategically, people, because we're messing with a lot of powerful people. But even when you're messing with a lot of powerful people, still, even the powerful people have a weak link. It is called the Achilles heel. When you bust the Achilles heel, I don't care how tall you stand, you will fall. Remember, David slaying the giant with a pebble, because he had the power of God in that pebble, in that slingshot. And when he retracted that slingshot back and he let it go, and that pebble flew and hit Goliath directly in the center of his forehead, he went down. David, the anointed one. David, the appointed one. David, the one who is likened unto God's own heart. King David. That's who he was, people. King David. And so I am just little Edward Joseph. But see, I got the backings of my father, the king. King Jesus. And so God's word says he sets out his word, and it goes forth and it accomplishes everything he sets it out to do. His word will never return unto him void. And so, people, as long as I continue to pray, continue to trust, and continue to believe, God is going to continue to keep elevating me. And so where TM is celebrating now, it's just only temporal, peoples. It's just only temporal. Because see, where President T tried to stay in power, he couldn't. And now you see his walls is coming down. You see in the Tupac Shakur, you know, that case had lasted for over 20 something years, peoples. And now you see the walls has come tumbling down. So what do you think is going to happen in the Kanika Jenkins case, peoples? Don't think that the people have sat back and just let this case be, peoples. No, 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 no. That's not the case. See, you got to learn how to play the game. You got to learn how to play chess. You got to capture the king. You got to know when to move, when to stand still, and then when to knock them down. You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run. You got to count your blessings while you're sitting at the table. There'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done. And see, peoples, they have dealt the cards. And it's just like poker. It is my time to deal now. And I have a royal flush in my hand. I have the ace, the king, the queen, the jack, and I have the joker. And see, the joker is the wild card, people. And whatever I play my card, it is nothing that they have in a playbook that can ever take me down. And see, you got to understand the play, people. See, you know, many of you too impatient because you guys don't want to play the game. It's the game. It's the game that they played for 6 years. And see, hello, Keisha. How are you, ma'am? Special K. It's a blessing to see you on tonight. Special K, if you want to come up to the panel, come on. I'm going to put the link in the chat. But see, people, you got to learn how to play the game. They played the game for 6 years and they won. She played you for a fool. He played your emotions. She said, hey, live, how y'all doing? My effing daughter is dead. And for the book and for the record, ain't nothing happened to her, y'all. Ain't nothing happened to her. She was left at the party. So she told you firsthand already nothing happened to her. So that was the playbook right there. And she played on your emotions because she made you believe that she was fighting for Kanika when she was fighting for her money. People, she turned down the protest. The establishment ain't making money. So if the establishment ain't making money, guess what? I ain't making no money. They tried to play up on each other, tried to make it seem like Andrew Holmes was against her, but Andrew Holmes was all the time with her playing the game. You remember when TM and Lenore had ran out the room and then the officer came out and he was smiling. He was laughing because he said, this woman is going overboard with the play. Now, see, peoples, she was supposed to have breast cancer. No, peoples. No. I told you about breast cancer. I have a friends who had breast cancer. Stage 4, and God healed them. Thank you, Jesus. Ooh, Father God, thank you. Oh, God, thank you. When I think of his goodness and all he has done for me, my soul cries out, hallelujah. Thank God for saving me. Thank you, Jesus. Woo. Peoples, my friend was 4-stage cancer, and God had healed her body. Teresa Martin never had 4-stage cancer. Hello, Randall Robinson. How are you, my friend? It's a blessing to see you on today. She never had 4th-stage cancer, peoples. She never did. What she did was she had a boob job. That's what she did. She had a boob job. And so people, ooh, Jesus. Oh, my God. Come on. Speak to me, Lord. All right, peoples, let's get into this because God is just calling me right now. Let's get into this, peoples. Ooh. Oh my God. Mm. You know, it's just like what Shirley Caesar had said. That's what Campbell soup tastes like. Mm, mm. Good. Ooh. Oh my God, peoples. Ooh, Jesus. Peoples, the Lord is speaking to me tonight. Okay, let me slow it down, peoples. Let me slow it down because I got so much. So let me go here, peoples. Let me go here. Let me share my screen for a moment, because I got so much to talk about. I'm trying to get it out. I'm trying to get it out, peoples. Trying to, but mm. See, peoples, that's what happens when the Holy Ghost gets a hold of you, and the Lord tends to show you unequivocally and undeniably, peoples. Oh my God. That's the game that they played, peoples. That's the game that they played with us all. But see, thank you, Jesus, that I didn't yield to the game that they played. And see where many of you had given in to what Teresa Martin was saying and things. Look at Trey Gay now. You know, that boy is pissed as a 6-shooter because of the simple fact that he was all in Teresa Martin's corner, but he got played. And now, since Teresa Martin got the money and he thought that he was going to part of that bag, well, that ain't so, people. Why is it that my group is not showing up, people? I'm looking for my group channel. I can't find my group channel. There it is right there. Kanika Jenkins. Okay. They hit it, people. All right. Let's take a look at this, people. Mother FBG Duck. I know you got so much to say. Let's hear you, man. Let's hear you. Peoples, let's listen to Mother FBG Duck. Yeah, Randall, you got to dress up warm, my friend, because this winter is going to be a doozy. All right, peoples, let's listen to Mother FBG Duck.
All right. As you can see here, this Mama Duck, FBG Duck's mother. She was live today. I've told y'all before that I follow her. Well, her chat got interesting today on their comments, questions, whatnot. We're going to start out here at this part where somebody's telling her in the chat that King Rob is in her chat. So let's take a look.
So this is King Rob. This is King Rob. He just changed his name. Hey, Tom Rob, come on now. You talking about you bet I got a wife. I got 10 fucking kids. What you think? They all do. We all do. Y'all better know y'all up on work time, please. I only just seen to get sprung to broke motherfuckers though. I've never been a gold digging ass bitch. I've always been independent, but it's nice to know that you have a motherfucker who don't sit around and watch you fucking struggling and able to help you. That's a beautiful thing. That's what real men do. Queen Lotus, delete these motherfuckers. Get their ass up out my chat. Tell them bye. When you delete their ass, say bye. Tell them. Why are you here? Bye. The fuck? Okay. Oh, you got yellow eyes.
Now somebody in the chat talking about Rob having yellow eyes because he's sick with hepatitis or something. So that tells me these are Trey Gang minions, followers, whatever you want to call them, because Trey Gang's the one that come up with that whole concept with Rob being sick because of saying he's got a certain color in his eyes, which I got news for you. My father-in-law, my husband, my brother-in-law all have that same colorish look to their eyes, and none of them has hepatitis. So that shows you ignorance at its finest, and uneducated people believe in it.
That's the devil in him. Y'all know Doug's birthday coming up, right? Oh, Lord. Yeah, we gonna do something. Y'all know I can't say everything, but it's definitely gonna be epic. As always. Duck on his last birthday, he didn't want nobody to give him nothing. He didn't want nobody, like, even though we still did, but he just wanted to take all his family. Like, gee, he took, like, it was literally 20 of us to this look like medium upscale as restaurant downtown. It was so beautiful. See, the man bought like 7 racks for the bill, because he like, man, I just want to make sure I'm put this 7 just for us to eat. Them people told that boy, like, I think the bill was like $3,700. That boy said, oh shit, I still got some of my money in my pocket. And that's when we went home and he had the surprise part. See, he ain't know I was doing that for him. But I just had to show my baby how much I appreciated him. And that last birthday was unforgettable. He was really surprised, though. He like,
Okay, so you sent me this video, so you got to let me know, is this the one that she was talking about, Teresa Martin and family? Because see, I can go to Trey Gang's channel and I can get that video off there. So you sent me this video. So now, is this the one that she was talking about, Kanika Jenkins' family? Because if not, then I'm gonna go to Trey Gang's channel and I'm gonna get that video off his channel. Because she was literally talking about Teresa Martin, Kanika Jenkins' family, and her dealings with Kanika Jenkins' family. She didn't know who they were at the time. But Kanika Jenkins comes from a big family. Comes from a big family. So, you know, I'm playing this video, but I'm still, I didn't get a chance to really scan through this video to see if this is along the lines with what I am talking about. So chime out in the chat or something to let me know, is this the video that Mother Duck is talking about Kanika Jenkins' family? Hello, Shavonna Taylor. How are you, my friend? It's a blessing to see you on today. Okay, Shavonna said that I think it starts at the 8-minute mark. Okay, great. Thank you, Shavonna Taylor, for chiming out. And thank you. Thank you, my supporter, for sending me this video. I greatly appreciate you all. Now, see, this is what I'm talking about, peoples. When the community comes together and we all come together to support and tie these loose ends and things. Because, see, peoples, you know, my trajectory now is to show you the behind the scenes and the backdoor scenes of who Kanika Jenkins was and the connection she had and the status that she had and why she had so much status with these uppers. See, you guys thought that Kanika Jenkins was this little whatever type of girl and stuff. No, Kanika Jenkins had clout status, major status with powerful people. Powerful people. And I'm going to reveal some things that none of you didn't even know, because I'm going to connect these dots with these powerful people like Bill Murray and Son, along with the uppers, these high, powerful gang members. That's why they were all there, peoples. That's why they were all there. That's why they were there to see and partake in the satanic ritual. All of you thought you knew who Kanika was. You don't. Kanika Jenkins is real. This is why the Jenkins family ain't never chimed out, peoples. Her stepsisters, that's why they ain't never chimed out, because they don't want no funk. I've shown you who her sisters is. This shit is deep, peoples. And until you come to grips to understand that this is why all of these high-powered gang members came to the establishment, because any other time, peoples, why would all of these people be there at the time to when Kanika Jenkins gets slain? You got to ask yourself the question. Why? Never mind all of this stuff at Schiller's Park and in all of these other entities in the west side of Chicago and all of this other stuff. Look at the obvious, peoples. Look at the obvious. And the obvious is, why was all of these powerful gang members there at that establishment, at the Crown Plaza Hotel? Why? Why were they there? Why was all of these gang members there that night? Ask yourself the question. Did they come for peace or Killer or Irene's birthday? Did they have that much clout to call out all of these gang members? Oh, peoples, if you think that, then you got to be stupid. It's bigger than that. And Appease and Killer and Irene, Monifa and Shemaya and Bree, if all of the stories don't match people's, why are you believing it? You want to sit here and you want to reference the case files as if it's law. But the case files totally go against every narrative that was ever spoken. The video footage had went against every narrative that was ever spoken. Peoples, can anybody answer just the simplest little question? And that is, why was all of these powerful gang members there at the establishment at that particular time? Why? That's only one little simple question. Can anybody answer it? You can't. And the reason why you can't, because you don't know how and why all of these gang members were there. That's why you can't answer it. You don't know the connects to the connects to the connects. That's what you don't understand. See, you want to reference the obvious that's in your face. And the obvious is, yeah, the kids was there. Everybody was there. You heard all of these kids testifying saying everybody was involved. You seen the hand cast thing that Teresa Martin had on her hand. Well, did she always have it? Why that particular week did she have it? What was going on? Did she fight Kanika? Was she a part of the demise of Kanika? Remember, people, it was two Kanikas, and that's what I don't want you to forget. You keep forgetting because yeah, what you keep forgetting, people, is that there was two Kanikas. Let me show you real quick, and then I'm gonna get back to Miss FGB Dip, Miss Duck. I'm gonna get back to her in a moment, but I don't want you to ever forget there was two Kanikas, peoples. I think that's the one thing that many of you keep forgetting, and you guys keep referencing just one Kanika and thinking that this Kanika is all over the establishment and all over the city of Chicago and everything. But people, remember the Kanika Jenkins deception. I've shown you that. I made lives about that many times over and over and over and over and over again. This is what the other YouTubers never talk about. Why they don't talk about it? Because they can never explain it. They can never explain it, peoples. And see, you know, they want to go in this trajectory. Oh, well, yeah, you know, she was in another freezer and all like this. Yes, we know that, peoples. We know that she was placed up there in that freezer. We know that. But what is the significance of that? It doesn't matter to me. I'm not going to spend too much time and effort upon that, peoples, because of the simple fact is that peoples, Kanika was dead. So to me, it really didn't matter what freezer that she was in. She was dead. She was dead, peoples. That's what matters to me. Let me find that Kanika Jenkins deception. Because see, once you realize and understand and comprehend that two girls, Kanika Jenkins and Kanika Martin, was the ones who got killed and was placed in separate freezers. And the freezers that they was talking about was the freezers that Andrew Holmes talking about, peoples. And what they were saying in the police report, peoples, two assaults and battery, peoples. One was alive and one was deceased. You remember the officer saying that, peoples. See, is little details that you guys need to continue to keep in mind and keep referencing, peoples. It's all in the play. All of these different faces. How are you going to get all of these different faces and call the girl the same? Kanika Jenkins, peoples. I never understood that for the likes of me. Let me go through this here real quick. I got to find it. There it is. The Kanika Jenkins deception. Right there, peoples. There it is right there. The Kanika Jenkins deception. The same girl, but the different girl in the upper level kitchen freezer, peoples. Let me go to Kanika Jenkins original pictures, peoples, right here. Kanika Jenkins original pictures, and let me call up Kanika Jenkins right here as she sit, as she lay, right there. This is the deception, peoples. It's right here. Kanika Jenkins deception. Two different girls. Two different freezers. There it is right there, people. It's in your face. Two different girls, two different freezers, peoples. Kanika Martin, Kanika Jenkins, peoples. There it is in your face right there. There it is right there in your face. And the remarkable thing about it is, peoples, I even got even more proof to substantiate my claim. Got even more proof to substantiate my claim. Remember when Lenora had said that we have the videos? Y'all remember that when she was talking to the news reporter and she said we have the videos and stuff? Well, guess what videos they had, peoples? Guess what videos that they had? They had the videos of Kanika Jenkins and Kanika Martin being assaulted, peoples. Why? Because they were there. Y'all keep thinking that they were at the home playing tiddlywinks. No, they were there, peoples. They were there. That's why they had the DoubleTree and the Crown Plaza. And remember, peoples, let me go back in history. So just to remind you a little bit. Okay, I don't know if you guys were seeing. Let me share my screen again. So let me share my screen. I think you guys were seeing, but if you wasn't, you'll see now. Let me remind you, peoples. I'm going to remind you of something. Okay, so now here's the deception right here. Kanika Martin, Kanika Jenkins, Kanika Martin on the left, Kanika Jenkins on the right. As you can see, I know you guys can see it now because I see it on my phone. All right, let me remind you, people. Remember in the beginning when they had talked about the 11th floor? You guys remember that, right? That the girls were seen on the 11th floor with two guys and a girl, or two girls and a guy. I can't remember which one, but the 11th floor was prevalent. You guys remember that in the beginning. And then somehow it shifted from the 11th floor to the 9th floor. And that's where the 926 came in. And then remember when Irene them came to the establishment and they were supposed to be on the 9th floor. But remember in Irene's live that the ambulance had came, and I said that the sound of the ambulance cannot transmit that loud, so they couldn't have been on the 9th floor at the point in time to when Irene's live was going on. I said that they were on a floor lower than the 9th floor, and it happened to be the 2nd floor. You guys remember that? And remember in the receipts when somebody had tried to rent the 2nd floor, they ended up doing it. So we got 3 rooms in play. We got the 2nd floor, we got the 9th floor, we got the 11th floor. You guys remember that? Remember that in the beginning? And then everything switched from the 2nd floor and the 11th floor to the 9th floor. But yet somehow the 11th floor came back into play when Teresa Martin was outside with the police and stuff, and they were looking at binoculars, and somebody was having a party on the 11th floor. Remember the lady that was supposed to have went down and met Teresa Martin in the lobby and said that, oh, well, yeah, I seen your daughter, and she was on the 11th floor with these people. But then when the police came up, it was a children's party. You guys remember that? So, do you see the play, peoples? Remember when Monifa and Shemaiah said that they were the ones who got Kanika Jenkins out of the room and took her to the hallway, and Kanika had her head travailed between her legs and she was sitting down and stuff, and then they came back in the room to go get the keys and the cell phone. But remember, how could they go get the keys when Bree wasn't even in the room? Remember, Irene had already left. So who were they going in the room to get the keys from? Because Irene got tapped on the head. She already left. Bree had already left. So the only one there was Monifa. But that's according to the video footage. So at which point in time did Shemaiah and Monifa go back into the room to get the keys, because in Irene's life, you never seen Shemaya in Irene's life at all, period. Because Shemaya was always with who? Kanika. So where you guys want to blame Monifa, you should be looking at Shemaya. Because Shemaya was with Kanika. And Shemaya was with Kanika at the time to when Kanika was getting assaulted. Both Kanikas. That's interesting. Edward Joseph, goddamn. How in the hell did you do that? Well, peoples, I'm gonna go back to FGB Duck Mother. Let me show you that video, peoples, because you guys remember, and this is what I've been saying for the longest time. That I got to go back and do a little bit of recapping. Okay, so let's go here, people. Let's go here. I don't want to try to go back to playback to live. I just want to go back and play back this a little bit so you can remember what I was saying. Let's look at this right here. Remember Shemaya Winder and look up the attire that she had. He's the only one with the blue type of tapering down by the knees on down to the ankles. She's the only one with the black pants and the blue shirt. You guys remember that, right? He's the only one like that, people, in the establishment, in the whole entire establishment. There she is on video footage. There she is right there. You can clearly see her. Okay. So now, remember, there was another picture, peoples, of Shemaya that had one of the young ladies who was in a jean jacket outfit on the ground. Remember, she was standing behind her and she had her by the head. You guys remember that? It ain't had nothing to do with no France Cave. So let me see if I can find that picture, because I'm fit to tie this in again. Now, let me find that picture. Let's see. Got to see if it's in here or if it's in another folder. I'm going to check this one in a second, but let me check my other photos first. Okay, that's the Kanika. That's Kanika original. That's Kanika mix. Yeah, let me see. There it is right there. There it is right there. Okay. Kanika being dragged in the lower level by the ramp. And what did it say? It says Shemaya dragging Kanika in the lower level. Y'all see that, right? You could clearly see that clear as daylight right there. Y'all see that, right? There it is right there. You see that, right? Kanika being dragged. Now, you got to ask yourself the question, which Kanika is being dragged? Which Kanika? Was it Kanika Jenkins or was it Kanika Martin? Because let's go back here, peoples, and let's look at the deception. Okay? Let's look at the deception right here. So, remember, two girls, many girls played Kanika, but the thing is that when we look at the video footage, peoples, we see we see Monifa we see Irene and we see Bree all in a room, but we never see Shemaya and we never see Kanika. Okay, so let me say that again. When we see the Irene live, we seen Monifa, we seen Bree, and we seen Irene, but we never seen Kanika, nor did we ever see Shemaya. So when I I don't know if I don't know what more did you guys hear? Did you guys hear everything that I said? Because I don't know when this mic keeps going out. They keep shutting down my mic. Did you guys hear me? Let me repeat it so you guys get it. Let me repeat it so you guys get it. Let me show you this picture again. Okay, now listen to me, peoples. In Irene's live, okay. In Irene's live, you had Monifa, Bree, and Irene in Irene's live. You got it right in Irene's live, but you didn't see Kanika and you didn't see Shemaya. You didn't see Kanika and you didn't see Shemaya. Y'all see that, right? Okay, in Irene's live. So in Irene's live, since you didn't see Kanika and you didn't see Monifa, I mean, you didn't see Shemaya. You didn't see Kanika and you didn't see Shemaya in Irene's live. Y'all remember that, right? So remember what Casey, Chloe, Overa, Sanchez, Medina had said, Trey Gang and Custom Design. They said that Kanika was commandeered on the 8th. Kanika was commandeered on the 8th. But according to the video footage, all of this stuff happened on the 9th. So if Kanika was commandeered on the 8th, how could all of this stuff happen on the 9th? And where was Shemaya and Kanika if she wasn't in Irene's live? And where did Irene and those boys go? And Bree, where did they go when Monifa stayed in the room on the phone on live? Where did they go? Because you never seen Kanika and Shemaya in Irene's live. Not while they were taping the so-called live. But you seen Monifa You seen Bree Bree and you seen Irene. So where did they go, and where was Kanika and Shemaya? And now the biggest question I want to ask you guys, because you see the pictures right there. You see it clear as daylight. Shemaya dragging Kanika on the lower level by the ramp. On the lower level by the ramp. See, people, as I told you, there's more videos and things that you guys haven't seen, because guess who have it? Lenore has it. Remember, she already told you. She told you that she has it. She has it because they were there. They were filming. Everything is on camera, peoples. So now, is it making sense? So if Kanika is downstairs by the lower level, being dragged by the ramp, well, the question is, how did she get down there first and foremost? And how did Shemaya have enough strength to go be dragging Kanika? Because see, what you guys had said that Shemaya had Kanika over her shoulders. Shemaya didn't have no strength to pick up Kanika, but Shemaya has strength to drag Kanika. But she was the only one down there. Was she? Remember when the fake Kanika was walking the halls of that establishment, and she walked down the lower level, and she walked into the men's bathroom and stuff, and then she walked out, and then she walked in where it's supposed to have met up to the employees area? Well, where did she go, people? Did she go down Shandell Lane? Did she go take an elevator up to the main level? Because according to the case files, 7 minutes, the supposed Kanika was downstairs on the lower level. 7 minutes later, she is up on the first level kitchen, the main level kitchen floor, walking through the kitchen. 7 minutes. So how could that be, peoples? I've shown you what the case file said. So again, how could Kanika Jenkins go from? Let me show you. I'm just building my case, peoples. I'm just building my case. I'm just building my case. Okay, there it is right there. There it is right there. So now let me show you here, peoples. Let me show you here. Can I just show you here, peoples? Let me show you. I think this is in the original files. So let me show you here. Let me show you Shandell Lane. This is Shandell Lane, peoples, right here. So y'all remember this right here. This is where the fake Kanika Jenkins was after she walked out of the bathroom, and she was supposed to have walked through these double doors and walked in this area right here. Now in the next picture we see, okay, see now this is where she was walking down from the stairs, went into the bathroom, came back around, put her hands up because she's seen the camera right there, and supposed to walk through these double doors right here. Y'all see that, right? So now let's walk this thing right here and see where she was supposed to have went through. Here's Shandell Lane right there. There it is. Shandell. I'll call it Shandell Lane, but it's called Shandell Avenue. Okay. So she was supposed to have walked down through these double doors and walked down Shandell Avenue right here. But this is the area of the employees area. And people's look right here. Guess what you see right there? You see a camera. And if she was supposed to have walked down this lane or this avenue, people, there is the camera right there. Why isn't it that camera? We don't see the video footage. Or do we? Do we see the video footage, peoples? Or is it that they didn't want to show us that video footage? Y'all remember Custom Design and T-Slade, they was making a big issue about a camera being in a certain area and nobody has ever seen it. Who cares? Because this is what's important right here. There's a camera right there, peoples, of the trajectory that she was supposed to had taken. So, what is straight down this hallway, peoples? And why would she have come down this hallway just to only turn down Shandell Avenue, peoples? See? Or did she turn down Shandell Avenue? Because remember, peoples, there is that dumpster right there that everybody proclaimed that Kanika Jenkins was dumped in. Y'all remember that famous dumpster on the lower level? This is the famous dumpster on the lower level, peoples. Now, here you got two halls. You got Shandell Lane or Shandell Avenue right there, where the camera clearly shows you going down. But peoples, there is another camera that is above here where this exit sign is right there. And it clearly says exit. That's how you get out from down from the lower level people. Didn't nobody know that, people? So if this drunk girl was to come into here, why would she just go down Shandell Avenue when she could have just took where it says exit and left out from the lower level from downstairs peoples? Why does she not do that, peoples? Why, peoples? See, that's the narrative everybody gave you. So let's look at the next picture. And bingo, there's the exit right there, peoples. There's the exit sign. And where the exit sign, there you see, peoples. There is the dumpster that everybody proclaimed that Kanika was in, peoples. And guess what? Guess what they cut off? They cut off where the camera is, because the camera is right up here, peoples. Right up here. See that? Because you can clearly see the black cord right there, and the black cord extends up. Y'all see that? They didn't show you the camera. But you see the black cord that hangs from the camera right here. You can clearly see the black cord right there. Well, peoples, guess what? There is a black cord that extends right here. See that? See how that tapers up and goes up? And the camera is right there, peoples. You see that? They didn't show you the camera. They didn't show you the camera. Because the camera is right here, peoples. They didn't show you the camera. They just cropped it out. But they show you the camera right there. Well, let's see. And then there's the black cord hanging to the camera. Yeah, see that, right? Oh, okay. So why didn't nobody ever say anything? Why did not Trey Game, 54T, Zillionaire, Bossman Hair, Lost Man, John Queer Q, Casey Coyle, Vera Sanchez, Medina, Custom Designer, T Slay ever mention anything about that camera being right there, peoples? Okay, there it is right there, peoples. There it is right there. There is that dumpster, that famous dumpster. Now, did Kanika come down here, peoples? Did she come down here, peoples? Okay, let's take a look. See? Now, here's that infamous, famous door to where she was supposed to have walked into, peoples. Here's that infamous door. Here's that infamous here's the dumpster to where everybody said, yeah, Kanika Jenkins was in. So, did she walk down Shandell Avenue, peoples? Or did she walk down this hall? Because remember, I remember Custom Design and T Slay and Casey and Trey Gay and all of them said that she walked down Shandell Avenue. Well, Shandell Avenue is the very first one right there. But according to the police, he walked down this hall right here where the exit is. And I'm going to prove that because in the next photos right here. And see, the camera is right up here. That's why you see the cord extended. The camera is right up here because it's showing you the exit. They cut that off. That's why that's why you see the cord extended down, peoples. You see that, right? The camera is further down. The camera can't not be here by the pipes and things, peoples, as you can see. That's why the cord is extended further down. That's why you see it stretched. The camera is up above that. See that? Yeah, see that, right? See, look. See? Look at that, peoples. See? That's the light fixture. And there's the water thing that connects to the sprinklers and stuff. Let's look at the next picture. Let's go back. Let's walk it down. Now you see how the black cord is extending from there and then connects to the camera. There's the camera around there, but the camera is showing Shandell Lane. Well, if Kanika walked down Shandell Lane, well, then she would have been caught on camera, right? Or if Kanika took the exit, she still would have been on camera, right? So either way, she would have been on camera. But why would she want to go down Shandell Lane or Shandell Avenue? According to Brazy, according to Custom Designs, according to T Slay, according to Casey Cloy Overa Sanchez Mendina, according to Trey Gang, 54 Keys Zillionaire, Bossman Inherent Lost Man, John Quirk Q, according to In Slime We Trust, according to all of these YouTubers. People's, am I breaking it down? Are you getting it now? Do you see whatever Joseph is saying now? Let me walk this thing, people. Let me walk this thing. I told you I got something to show you tonight. I told you, peoples, I got something to show you. I hope you're listening. Now, let me walk this thing, peoples, because again, they said that Kanika was in the dumpster. She never was. She never was, peoples. She never was. Okay, so let's walk this thing. So now here is the exit door, and this is where they said that she walked through to go up the stairs. Okay, now you see the officer right there because you can see the officer in the badge right there, and he is holding the door open. So she just happened to mosey on down this little corridor. Turns, she sees a door handle, and she pushes it up. And she walks up these steep stairs. This is the door that you just seen that was open. Okay. Now, this is what they're saying, that she walked up to get to the main level to where we see her walking into the kitchen. Okay, so they said that she walked up these stairs. But see, people's, the thing is that if you go down just a little further down this hall, if you go straight down where it says exit down this hall, guess where you will come to? You will come to the elevator, the service elevator that will take you right straight up to where we found the supposed Kanika Jenkins walking in the kitchen. I'm gonna prove that. Watch this. Okay, so this is where they said that she walked up the stairs. Okay. All right. So now look right there, peoples. Where she's supposed to had got off the stairs. Look right there. There is a camera. Bingo. And look, there is that black cord that extends to what? The camera. And guess what, peoples? The camera was working. The camera was working. So Kanika Jenkins or Kanika Martin could not have got up the freight elevator because look, there's the freight elevator right there, peoples. And the freight elevator, you have to have a key in order to get to this particular kitchen, peoples. Because that stairwell from downstairs from the lower level would take you immediately right here to the kitchen to where the supposed Kanika Jenkins had walked into. So now, Edward Joseph, you are making a lot of sense, my friend. How did she get to here when she was supposed to be in a big, huge kitchen? Because we've seen it on the news, right? We've seen how she walked from one side of the kitchen to the other side of the kitchen. Is this kitchen connected to that main kitchen that she was supposed to have been walking in? People's, no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not this kitchen right here, peoples. It's not connected to the big main kitchen that you've seen the fake Kanika Jenkins walking in with her cell phone in her hand. Oh my God, peoples. Am I tearing it up tonight? Am I tearing it up tonight, peoples? Again, how could Kanika Jenkins or Kanika Martin get from the lower level to the upper level in 7 minutes? Because if she went from the lower level to the upper level, meaning she had to walk up the ramp, she had to walk through the lobby, she had to walk past the front desk in order to get to the other side to get to the kitchen to where I've just shown you peoples. And she did all of that in 7 minutes. But that's according to the case files, peoples. She couldn't have did that in 7 minutes. And there's no way a drunk girl could have walked up those stairs and walked directly into that kitchen, peoples. Because if she couldn't grab hold and hold up herself by the end of the stairs of where she was supposed to have been on right here, peoples, as you can see, because this is the stairs. Y'all hold on for a moment. Okay, people. So again, this is the stairs that the supposed Kanika Jenkins had tripped over at the end of the stairs. This is the stair. It's right here. This is stairwell. This leads you directly to where they supposedly have in to the establishment. This stairwell right here, it takes you right to the escalator. Because the escalator is right next to these stairs. So let me prove that to you, peoples. So let's go up these stairs right here. There it is right there. There's the escalator, peoples. Bingo to the lingo. Escalator, there's the stairs that I just shown you. Okay. There's the stairs that I've just shown you, peoples. There it is right there. Okay. So again, peoples, had she just walked up the stairs, she would have been on the main level and she would have been close to the ramp to where they had walked into the establishment, peoples. Here it is right here. But that didn't happen. That did not happen, people. And so my question is, how in the hell could Kanika Jenkins or Kanika Martin ever get up those steep stairs that the police had proclaimed that she got up when she couldn't even walk up these stairs right here? And those stairs is steeper than this. This would have been easy. She had two railings that she could have either held onto or crawled up the stairs to get to the main level and to safety. But there was no safety, peoples, because again, all of this was a murder mystery game. And it was a damsel in distress walking the halls of that establishment, and they were stalking her. They were stalking her. They were stalking her, peoples. But see, the thing is, Kanika didn't walk the halls as they tried to make it seem. She was definitely in the halls, peoples, but she wasn't in the halls to where they made it seem. Hello, Julia Cox. How are you, my friend? It's a blessing to see you on tonight. And see, people's, oh my God, see, this is where it gets juicy. This is where it gets so juicy. Kanika was never in the halls walking. She was in the halls, but she was in the halls walking. She was carried. Oh my God, peoples. Am I tearing it up tonight, Julia? She was carried. She was never walking, peoples. She was carried. And now we go back to which Kanika was she dragging? Which Kanika was she dragging? Was it Kanika Jenkins? Or was it Kanika Martin? Which Kanika was Shamaya dragging, peoples? Was it Jenkins or was it Martin? See? Okay, so now let me go back. Let me go back to the stairs, peoples, because see, this is where it gets very, very interesting. And I just love what I do. I love what I do. I promise you I do. Now, peoples, let's go back to here. Let's go back to here. So now, as we can see, peoples. See? This is the general area to where this is the kitchen to where she's supposed to have walked into. Now, does this look like an area to where it is full use or is connected to the main kitchen? It's not, peoples. It's not connected to the main kitchen, as you can see. You see that, right? It's not connected to the main kitchen. So how did she get from the main kitchen to walking down here to an enclosed area of a kitchen? That is the biggest mystery that nobody has ever answered. And I don't know, people, should I answer it for you tonight? Or should I just leave you in limbo? Should I just answer for you tonight? I just leave you in limbo, peoples? Because look, I want you to take a look at that. Okay, now let's go back. Let's go back. See, let's go back. See that? Let's go back. Now this is the area to where she walked in. There's the camera that captured her walking into the double doors right there. There's that camera, the famous, infamous camera. And then look, there is the black cord that leads into the what camera? And guess what? The camera is on. You seen the camera light on Shandell Avenue or Shandell Lane, as I call it, peoples. Y'all seen the camera on, right? So they said that the camera is not on, peoples. If the camera is not on and it's not working, you wouldn't have a LED light on the camera. But because the LED light is on the camera, that means that the camera is working. They did not want you to see how they got that girl into this area. I told you it was a ritual night, a satanic ritual, a murder mystery game. And see, people's where they say that the dimensions is all off. Well, it's not really, people's, because look, this is the area to where the fake Kanika came in, and then there's that little purple mat or whatever that is on the end cap of the counter top. There it is right there, people. And you clearly see that. Clear as daylight. And then we go back a little further. It takes you right around the corner. And then you go back a little further. It takes you right here to the freezer. And this little area back here, it ain't no way to get in or out, peoples. It's just a little storage area. And then there's the infamous freezer that the supposed Kanika Jenkins had walked in. You see that, right? So everybody make a big stink about, I've got so much information, evidence on the kitchen. Who cares? Who cares what you have, peoples? Who cares? Who cares what you have? Because at the end of the day, the bottom line is she never walked the halls of this establishment. She was already dead. And people's, there it is. There's the famous and infamous coffee cup that the employee had left. There it is right there, peoples. This is a kitchen that is not in use. And this kitchen is not connected to the bigger kitchen that the supposed Kanika Jenkins had walked into. It's not connected. Okay, let me say that again, peoples. The infamous kitchen that the supposed Kanika Jenkins had supposedly had walked into is not connected to this kitchen, peoples. Oh my God, peoples. Do you see what Edward Joseph is saying? So now let me go back, peoples. Let me go back to the case file because I think I had it, I have it in here. And the case files clearly stated, peoples. There it is right there. And let me venture through because we're going to get to it. We're going to get to it, peoples. We're going to get to it. I just have to see where it is because I don't know exactly where it is. I see it's showing you all of the see, they're showing you all the Pucky and Sucky and Ducky and all of these people and all of this stuff. I mean, you see how the play is, peoples? You see the play, right? So let's find that case file where it says that in 7 minutes he was from the lower level kitchen to the upper level, and this is one of them. All right. So here is the supposed kitchen that the Kanika Jenkins had supposed to have walked into. And then now let's read this. It clearly says right here at 3:20 a.m. Saturday. Saturday. So remember, she was supposed to have been killed Friday. According to Casey Cloy Overa Sanchez Medina, Trey Gay, Custom Design, and T Slay. Y'all remember that, right? You remember what they said. Okay, so you don't remember? So let's hold on to this and let me play. Let me play that. Let me play that for you peoples. Let me play that for you. You guys hold on for a moment. Let me share my screen in a moment. Let me go back to it. Let me go back to it, peoples. Okay, so let me go here. Yeah, let me go here. Let me go here. Let me find the audio. Okay. Here it is right here, people. Nope, that's not it. Let me go further down. Did I share it in here? I think I shared it in my live. Okay, so I didn't share it in that one. So let me go here. Where did I share it to? Where did I share it to? Okay. All right. I shared it in one of my posts. So let me go back and see. All right, so I didn't share it in that one. I thought I shared it in my chat room chat. So let me check that again. Okay, this is Kanika Jenkins chat. This is Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live. Okay. Okay, let me see here. I'm gonna have to scroll up a little further. I know I got it because I shared it on my last live. So got it, but I shared it to my. Oh, wait a minute. I know. Let me go. Let me call it mine's because it was shared with me. So let me call it Edward Joseph. There we go. There we go. It was shared in mine. All right, people. So let me go ahead and let me share my screen. So Randall Robinson, you say that Trey Gang never said that Kanika was killed on the 8th. Well, what day did Trey Gang say that Kanika Jenkins was killed? Because if I recall a lie that Trey Gang did, I believe he said that she was killed on the 8th. And I know I just played that. I played that live just a couple of days ago. So if I recall, and then I recalled Custom Design and T Slay saying the same thing that Casey had said. So I can back up what I say. I just go back and play back the live because I do recall that and I do remember playing that live. So I'll go back and play back that live and to get clarity upon exactly what Trey Gang had said. But for right now, we're going to go further with this and let me prove my point right here because this is what Casey Cloy Overa Sanchez Medina had said. Let's listen in, peoples.
But what is going to come out? it'll come out that she got paid off a settlement. And she can't talk about the amount, whatever. But the rest of this shit's never gonna come out. And the lady did say, because she does have, I don't know if it's her or her husband, somebody's got somebody in law enforcement, whatever, blah, 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 that the cops did treat it like it was nothing. And then when they took statements right there. Oh, wow. That means that oh, shit. Hold on. Let me think. What did she say? Oh, shit. Because look, okay, she went missing, let's say 2:00 Friday morning. They found her before 7:00 Friday night. She was found in the pool area. The lady didn't necessarily say in the water or not. She said she used the term pool area. But she being that she was wet, the position that she's in is the position that she was put in. She was getting difficult to move or to position. Even though rigor mortis had not set in yet, it was getting difficult. However, I know you got resources on I was happy.
Okay, so you heard what she said. She said that she went missing Friday morning and she was found Friday night. That's what she said. That's what Custom Design and Trade Gang and T Slay had said, if I'm not mistaken, because I played back the live the other day. So we can play back the live the other day to confirm that of what they said. But you clearly heard Casey Cloy Overa Sanchez Medina said that she was missing on Friday and she was found Friday night. So she was missing on Friday and she was found Friday night. Well, help me to make that make sense. How in the hell did anything on Saturday come into play if she was already dead? How? That's what she said. Yeah, y'all heard what she said. So how could anything on Saturday, how could she ever walk the halls of that establishment if she was already dead? See, people, I just proved my points. So while you guys want to sit here and throw out these little tidbits, prove to us that these people did what they say that they did. If Trey Gang never said it, prove to us, show us a live that he said something else different other than what I just stated. Because I can go back to the live and play it. I just played it the other day, a couple of days ago on the live. And I've showed you what Custom Design said, Trey Gang had said, and I just showed you what Casey Cloy Overa Sanchez Medina had said. All right, so if Kanika was already deceased on Friday, then help me to make this make sense. It says here in the case files, it says at 3:20 a.m. peoples. Saturday, not Friday, Jenkins is seen on surveillance video staggering drunk near the front desk, according to authorities. The family says they aren't told about this until 10 p.m. that night. So how in the hell could they have Kanika Jenkins on surveillance video footage Saturday morning staggering drunk near the front desk. Where is the video footage of Kanika Jenkins staggering drunk near the front desk? Where? It says Peoples. It says 4 a.m. Saturday. Jenkins' friends called her mother to say they lost track of Jenkins at the hotel. They didn't say at Schiller's Park. They didn't say at the square in New York City. They didn't say a party in the west side of Chicago. They didn't say the Marriott Hotel. This was at the Crown Plaza Hotel. It stated Peoples 4 a.m. Saturday. Jenkins' friends called her mother to say they lost track of Jenkins at the hotel. So where were they? They were at the Crown Plaza Hotel. The friends say that they are in the car Martin lent her daughter for the night, and they have Jenkins' cell phone, according to Martin. Okay, so did you hear what I said? They said that they have Jenkins' cell phone. Well, if they have Jenkins' cell phone, who was the young lady walking in the kitchen with a cell phone in her hand and proclaiming to be Kanika Jenkins? And if they had Kanika's cell phone, Peoples, well, then let's go back to the first case files. Let's go back to the first case files, Peoples. Let me look up the first case files right here. Let me look at the first case files, Peoples. All right, so Kanika Jenkins, where's the case files right here? Kanika Jenkins case files right here. Narratives. Okay, let's go to the first case file. Very first case file right here. Okay, let's look at the case files, Peoples. All right. So the very first case files, let me bring that down just a little bit so it can fit. All right. Very first case file says, on this date, I was dispatched to 9501 Devon Avenue, Rosemont Police Station for a station report of a missing person. Upon arrival, I spoke with Lenore Harris, who is the complainant, who is the sister of the missing victim, Kanika Jenkins. So we know it's Lenore Harris because Lenore Harris was the one who made the missing persons report. Not Teresa Martin, Lenore Harris. Okay, it says, according to Lenore Harris, the complainant, the victim was last seen leaving her home with her mother's vehicle on September the 8th, 2017 at approximately 11:30 p.m. Okay, so if Kanika was deceased on Friday, Peoples, how did she drive the car? How did she drive the car? Because again, according to Lenore Harris, she was last seen leaving her home with her mother's vehicle September the 8th, 2017 at 11:30 p.m. So she's leaving at 11:30. So what? Did she get killed right after she left the house? Think about that for a moment, peoples. You just heard what Casey Cloy Overa Sanchez Medina said, that she got commandeered Friday. You heard what she said, right? She got commandeered Friday. Okay, so since you didn't hear it, let me play it again.
Because look, okay, she went missing, let's say 2 o'clock Friday morning. They found her before 7 o'clock Friday night. She was found in the pool area. The lady didn't necessarily say in the water or not. She said she used the term pool area.
She was missing Friday morning at 2 o'clock. All right, so peoples, if she is driving the car at 11:30 p.m. Friday night, how could she be missing at 2 a.m. Friday morning? Let's look at the calendar, peoples. Let's look at the calendar. Okay. So let's look at the calendar, peoples. All right. Not now. So let's go back to the year 2017. And then let's go to September. All right. So let's increase this. Okay. So Friday is September the 8th. So September the 7th, leading into September the 8th, if she came up missing, she had to come up missing on September the 7th, leading into September the 8th, because if she came up missing Friday morning at 2 something in the morning, it will be the night of the 7th, leading into the morning of the 8th. Not from the 8th to the 9th, because she, according to Lenora Harris, left her house Friday night at 11:30. Saturday morning would be 2:30 on the 9th. But Casey Cloy Overa Sanchez Medina, said that she came up missing Friday morning. So the only morning on Friday would be from the 7th to the 8th, not the 8th to the 9th. Oh my God, people, see, you're not listening to what I am saying, and I'm trying to get you to understand something, peoples. Okay, so let me go to the conversion chart here, peoples. Let me go to the conversion chart here, because see, you're still not listening to what I'm saying. So let me help you to understand something, peoples. So let's go back to Kanika and let's go to the conversion chart. Okay, let's go to the conversion chart, peoples. All right, because I need to educate you on something, peoples. And see, this is where the operation comes in. They are ops. Casey Cloy, Overa Sanchez Medina, Custom Design, and T. Slay. They're all working together. They're ops. And I'm beginning to think that Trey Gang is an op too, because he is spreading false information, people. He has a narrative that keeps changing every year. It doesn't make no sense for this narrative to change every year. I can see if you got something wrong and you need to correct yourself, but this far-fetched narrative that he has been doing for the past 6 years, peoples, it doesn't make no sense whatsoever. And see, it's people like me who does the forensics on the evidence and who has been sent evidence to debunk these people from the very madness that they're speaking. This is why they never challenged me up on my channel. Even Custom Designs, he invited me to his channel to try to challenge me, but it turned out hilarious and nefarious. He didn't want to challenge people. He just wanted people to come over to his channel to talk, to run up his numbers. Now, let's look at this. So 2 a.m. is 200 hours. 2 p.m. is 1400 hours, and that's in the afternoon. So anything after 12 midnight, 2400 hours, will be the next morning. So if Kanika came up missing at 2 a.m., peoples, it will have to be 2 a.m. in the morning, leading from the 7th to the 8th. So that means that the party or whatever had to happen on the 7th in order for Kanika Jenkins to come up missing, which I have already told you that Kanika Jenkins was already deceased on the 7th, but earlier than leading into the 8th. I told you that. And so Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina is literally complimenting what I had said, except for her time is a little off than what I had stated when Kanika Jenkins was deceased. But she still complimented what I had said, because Kanika Jenkins, although she said that she was deceased on the 8th, she could have never walked the halls of that establishment. And that is what I have been saying all along, peoples. And so in that sense, she's complimenting everything that I was saying. So there it is in your face, peoples. If Kanika Jenkins was deceased Friday morning, it would have been Thursday night, which is the 7th, leading into Friday morning, which is the 8th, and which would have been 0200 hours or 0230, which is what Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina had said. So there's no way that she could have, according to Casey, driven her mother's car from Lenore's house if she was already deceased. So based upon the case files that Lenore has given, the very first case files, either Casey's lying or Lenore is lying. And peoples, I ascertained that Lenore is lying. Because again, what did Lenore say in the case files? Let's go back to the case files, peoples. Let's go back to the case file, peoples. Let's go back to the case files. Okay, so Lenore said that according to Lenore, the victim was last seen leaving her home with her mother's vehicle on September the 8th, 2017 at approximately 11:30 at night, which she was supposed to have already been dead. So she's already been dead, then that couldn't have happened, peoples, because she was already dead. And so here it is right here. The victim was heading to a party with a couple of friends at the Crown Plaza Hotel, not at the DoubleTree, not at Schiller's Park, not at the west side of Chicago, not at the Marriott, at the DoubleTree Hotel. So you got Lenore confirming that Kanika was at the Crown Plaza Hotel and not in Schiller's Park and not in the west side of Chicago, not at the DoubleTree, and not at the Marriott. That's what Lenore stated in the case files, peoples. Now, the complainant states the last time she had contact with the victim was via text message at approximately 01:30 hours on September the 9th, meaning at 1:30 in the morning. Okay, let's go back to the conversion. So 01:30 would be people's what? 1:30 a.m. in the morning on September the 9th. So according to Lenora, Kanika had last texted her at 1:30 in the morning, according to Lenora. But it stated in the other case files, peoples, right here. The friends say they are in the car Martin lent to her daughter for the night, and they have Kanika Jenkins' cell phone, according to Teresa Martin. Do you see the play? Do you see the play, peoples? Do you see the play? That's in the case files right there. Lenore had told the reporter she never had contact with her sister. So let me see if I can find that video of Lenore talking to the reporter and telling the reporter, I've never had contact with my sister. She clearly said it, peoples. She clearly said it. Man, I had all of this stuff outlined and stuff for all of the videos and things, and but I'm just freestyling, peoples. I love doing what I do, so I'm gonna find it. So let's go here, and let's go here, and then let's go here. Let's go Lenora Harris, Kanika Jenkins. Lenora Harris, Kanika Jenkins. All right. So let's scroll and let's be on a roll. And then there it is right there. Peoples right there. Lenore's truth.
In the freezer. For somebody. What was in that freezer? Because why so long before somebody would go in a freezer in a hotel this size? We went in the freezer. It wasn't nothing in the freezer, but one little piece of ice in the freezer was warm when we got in the freezer. It wasn't even cold. They said they had just turned it up. Even if it was out, it should still be a little cold when the freezer was all full of ice. Did they say anything about any obvious marks on her, anything like that? No, they didn't let us see her until they put her in the body bag. We didn't see none down here. We only saw her from neck on up. And her hair was all over her head. It looked like she was fighting. I asked her friends how was her hair was when she left out the hotel. They said her hair was flat and straight down. And when I saw it, it looked like it was just all over her head. It didn't add up. It didn't add up.
Okay, so her hair was flat iron straight all the way down. And when they came, there was nothing in the freezer, but just a little piece of ice. People, that didn't add up. That didn't add up. So let's take a look at this here.
Negative, anything on Facebook, all these lies until the truth come out. What did you want? The message that you want?
I want to tell them to please stop making it seem like my sister was here. Because what she had on, because what you wear don't identify your character. You can't judge a book by its cover. So I don't care what this hotel known for because I got a lot of rumors that the hotel known for selling. You know what? One thing, and I'm not just saying this because she's my sister. You guys, anybody out here that know her? Kanika had 2 boyfriends out of her life that I know about. Tampons hurting my sister. So I know she wasn't here selling nothing. I know she wasn't here. They need to stop saying that she was drunk. Because now it's a bunch of other videos that's at 2:40, that's at 2:30. It's a lot of more videos coming out, and I have the videos.
I want to tell the whole world to stop saying about your sister.
She has the videos. She has the videos.
I heard a
I want to tell the whole world.
And you know she has the videos. Tampons hurt her sister? Really? Really? When she left the house, her hair was flat iron straight. Now her hair is all over the place. For people's how did she know that? You got to ask yourself the question. Why did Lenora ask about her hair if she already knew how her hair was? If she knew that her hair was flat iron straight, why did she ask about her hair? Why did she lie and say that her sister never contacted her? I'm trying to find that. It's on one of these. Because you heard it many times, people. Okay, let's listen to this.
The support.
What do you think of all this that's happening out here tonight?
I feel like it's love, and I thank them for the support because some people we don't even know. So for them to take out their day and time, maybe call out work, however they did it, they supported my sister, and I thank them because we all coming together as one. I thank that. They actually helping me and my mother and my family be strong.
Okay, so I want you guys to see the play. They're playing upon your sympathy. I thank you for the support. I thank you for everything that you're doing. I thank you for coming out here to be with my sister. I thank you. I thank you for being out here with my sister. I thank you for the support. You see how they're playing on the sympathy of the peoples? But yet she's going to turn around and she's going to shut down the protests. She's going to go and make a live and say, hey, live, how y'all doing? My effing daughter is dead. And for the book and for the record, ain't nothing happened to her. No investigation has been made, but ain't nothing happened to her. She made it from the lower level to the upper level, but ain't nothing happened to her. According to the case files, the kids had her phone, but yet, according to the video, this girl is walking into the kitchen with a cell phone in her hand, but yet ain't nothing happened to her. In Irene's live, you don't see Kanika nor Shamaya, but yet ain't nothing happened to her. She was supposed to have left the house at 11:30, but according to Casey Chloe Over Sanchez Medina, Custom Design and T. Slay, she was killed Friday morning and she was found Friday night. But yet ain't nothing happened to her. People say evidence is right there in your face. What more do you need? The evidence is in your face. So you have Casey Chloe Over Sanchez Medina. Custom Design and T Slay, Trey Gay, sitting here telling you Kanika Jenkins was killed Friday. But yet they argue the point Saturday and Sunday. I never did. I told you Kanika Jenkins was killed before that. But you never see me argue the point for Saturday or Sunday. I've told you she never walked the halls of that establishment. I've told you that. I told you that, and I told you that. But they told you she was killed Friday. And they argue the point for Saturday and Sunday. So how and why would they argue the point, and they clearly told you that she was deceased on Friday? And why would Irene lie? Why would Lenora lie? Why would Bree lie? Why would Monifa lie? Why would Shemaya lie? They all lied because they all were standing to make money. It was a conspiracy to take down Kanika Jenkins. She was the chosen one to be sacrificed. Not only for her connections, but the money that would stand to be gained. Why 50 million peoples? And see, you see the play now. The play is to try to pin the mother up against the establishment, but the establishment is working with the mother. Make it seem like they are angry against each other. Sue for a large amount because the money ain't coming from the establishment's pocket, it's coming from the insurance. And so the more money you sue for, the greater the chances that you will get something good. And then everybody get a piece of the pie. Everybody get a piece of the pie. You understand the play now, peoples? You understand the connect? You understand how all of this was orchestrated, peoples? And why Teresa Martin ain't saying nothing now? And she dare not say anything now, peoples. She's got the money. And Edward Joseph is spilling the beans big time. And I'm showing you how all of this stuff played out. Now, you can sit here and believe Custom Design and T Slay, Trade Gang, 54 Keys, Zillionaire, Boss Man, Hair Lots Man, John Q, Casey Cloyo, Vera Sanchez, Mendina. You can believe them, peoples, but I have just literally walked down the timeline for you tonight. And I've clearly shown you unequivocally and undeniably, peoples, what is happening. Now, do whatever Joseph saying make sense, peoples? Because see, you don't have to believe me. All you have to do is just believe your eyes, peoples. Hello, Ada Dixon. How are you, ma'am? And it's a blessing to see you on today. Ada Dixon said, Trey Gay did not say the 9th. I listened to both of you faithfully. Okay. So when did Trey Gay say? Because I said he said the 8th. Randall said that he did not say the 8th. And you said he did not say the 9th. I never said that he said the 9th. I said that he agreed with Casey Cloy, Overa Sanchez Mendina, and he said the 8th. I said that Kanika Jenkins died on the 7th. So now you guys go and find the video of when Trey Gay had said. That's what you guys do. You guys go find the video, because anything that you need to research, it's already in my lives. And I just played this just a couple of days ago. And I just called out Trey Gay and Custom Design on that live. And I've shown you how they agreed with Casey Cloy, Overa Sanchez Mendina, when Casey Cloy, Overa Sanchez Medina said that Kanika Jenkins died on the 8th. That's what I said. So if anybody wants to debunk me, come and prove me wrong. Don't just say it, show it. I've been showing you guys all night. Clearly, unequivocally, and undeniably. So, show me a clip with Trey Gang saying that Kanika Jenkins died any other day other than the 8th. Because that's what I said. Now, you guys don't agree? Show it to us. That's all you got to do. Just show it to us. Don't tell me. Show me. You guys watch them. Show me. Now, again, people, as I stated before, Lenore Harris lied and said that Kanika never called her. But in the case file, she said that she did. She texted her at 1:30 in the morning. And so, people, let's listen to this to see what Lenore Harris had said. Let's listen to this, peoples. Let's go.
To see that we not behind self-fighting. We have a team behind us. It's national. We have a lot of people behind us.
The police were out here talking to you. Did you not get the answers you were looking for?
Over here to say the
No, I did not get the answer because he said he not guaranteed that we could see the tape tomorrow. He not sure. You have to ask his partner.
And that's what you really want to see the tape right
Yes,
now?
that explains the answer to our question.
Eternal God, Lord, we thank you for bringing
We
us
won't
here
even
today.
have to be up here and we get
We thank you for a peaceful protest.
the proof.
We thank you for the love that
What
our
do you think
hearts
about all
have
this of
witnessed,
blocking the traffic
our
and all
eyes
this?
have seen,
I
and our
love it
feelings have felt.
because I mean they act like they can hear us over the phone, so now we got to take it to the next step. I'm pretty sure sooner or later they would get tired of us coming in front of here. They want to release everything that they have, so we can't do this because in a minute, I mean, we're not gonna stop. We're gonna come every day, every single day. We gonna come. So they might yes, so they might as well just show us like what you holding hostage to the proof for. Like why? Y'all should really help the family see what's going on. It could have been anybody, child.
Okay, so you see how she's playing it up, peoples. We're not going to stop. We're going to show up every single day. We're not going to stop. We're going to show up. We're going to show up in behalf of my sister Kanika. We're not going to stop, but yet they stopped because the establishment wasn't making no money. And because the establishment wasn't making no money, guess what? Teresa Martin shut down the live. She shut down the protests. And then who got mad? Jedediah and Peoples. Who got mad? Trey Gang. Who got mad? The whole Kanika Jenkins community. Who's sitting back laughing? Edward Joseph. Because again, Peoples, look at the play. You got to see the play. You're not seeing the play. They played on you. And they played with your emotions. They told you, and you sat here and you believed it. And now, since Teresa Martin is going on with her millions and going on living her life, her best life, and can fly around all over God's creation and do whatever she want to do and get more breasts, she can get bigger breasts now. And what are you doing? Sitting back mad and complaining. Oh, well, she's supposed to let us know how much she got. Why? You were too stupid to sit here and believe her. She played you. And now you're too stupid. Boy, that's funny to me. Listen to what she said. Oh, we're going to be here all night, every night, and all like this. Well, that didn't happen, Lenore Harris, because you lied Teresa Martin lied, the establishment lied, the kids lied, everybody lied. And then you got the YouTubers sitting over here lying, all for your benefit. And the only one that you couldn't fool was Edward Joseph, because I saw through that bullshit. People should never seen me endorse this madness. I've always stood alone. You never see me endorse this madness. And that's why the community got mad with me. And that's why you guys went on personal attacks. But again, I stood 10 toes down because none of you people could ever stand up against me to challenge me upon the merits of this case. Why? Because you didn't know shit. I can run rings around your ass and you still don't know shit. That's amazing. And look what I'm doing tonight. I'm going even further with the evidence that they gave you and still showing you how nefarious you are. And I got more. Because remember when Lenore said that she has the videos, well, I got them too. And that was one of the reasons why Zach got killed and his friend got killed, because they had the videos. But before they got killed, guess what? They shared the videos. Yeah, Randall, I did at one point. I admitted that many times over. For 3 years, I protected Teresa Martin, but until I found out that she was hilarious and nefarious, when I came to YouTube, my narrative changed, and no longer did I defend Teresa Martin. Now that's what I said. I didn't have no problem in saying I defended Teresa Martin, but if you heard what I said, you got to hear what I'm saying, Randall. I said when I came to YouTube, when I came to YouTube, my narrative changed, and that's when I was able to connect to a greater audience. And I didn't agree with the hilarious and nefarious bullshit that these YouTubers and Facebookers was putting out. That's what I said. And that's why I can sit back and laugh, because of the simple fact that, again, I didn't give in and I did not endorse the madness that these people were endorsing. Everybody's mad except for me, because I've told you many times over since I've been on YouTube. So now if you ever listen to what I'm saying, share what I had said in full. Don't just take bits and pieces and try to embarrass me. Say what I said. I admit many times over on YouTube that I was the greatest protector of Teresa Martin for 3 years. But when she got that first settlement, that's when the family turned up against her. And then that's when the family starts sharing things with me. And then when the family starts sharing things with me, that's when I start to see her in a different light. And when I start to see her in a different light, that's when I start to speak up against her. And I've been doing that ever since. And then that's when everybody on YouTube started to turn against me, because I came on YouTube calling Teresa Martin hilarious and nefarious. I came on YouTube saying Kanika Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. I came on YouTube and I went against everything that these people were saying. That's what I did. So if you're ever going to say something, say it in full. Let the people get a greater understanding as to what I am saying. Don't take bits and pieces and confuse the people. I work too hard. Now, that's what I said, Mr. Randall Robinson. Teresa Martin is hilarious and nefarious. And I've told you, if you ever heard my chant, I said back then in the day, I said, Teresa Martin, what did you know and when did you know it? I don't know if you remember that. I don't know if you were around to ever hear that. But that was my slogan. That was my chant. That was my rant. Teresa Martin, what did you know and when did you know it? And I've said that for years. Said that for years. What did you know and when did you know it? And ever since then, I have been proving that Teresa Martin had something to do with her daughter's death. I've been telling you guys that for the longest time. Now, you guys are sitting here listening, and now you guys are believing what I'm saying now. Because what I'm telling you, it only makes sense. It only makes sense. But again, you don't have to believe me. All you do is just take what I give you and you do your own research, and I guarantee you will come up with the same conclusion. Because it ain't no way, peoples, that you can come up with any other conclusion other than what I am telling you and what I am sharing with you. What I'm showing you. You can come up with any other conclusion. Come, you be the first guest on my live and come debunk Edward Joseph. That's an invitation to anybody who can do that. Because if you got something better than what I'm showing you and what I'm telling you, be my guest. Prove me wrong. That's all. Don't talk about me. Prove me wrong. And so, peoples, as I stated beforehand, you hear what Lenore Harris is saying. Hello, Jamar Whitaker. How are you, my friend? It's a blessing to see you on tonight. Jamar, you see what I'm saying, my friend? Lenore Harris had told the community that they will be there day and night to fight for Kanika. But that didn't happen because Teresa Martin turned down the live. She turned down the protests. And Jedediah and everybody got pissed. And then the community got pissed. And now, since Teresa Martin got her millions, now the community is even more pissed. Randall Robinson, I said Teresa had something to do with it 6 years ago when it first came to YouTube. Well, I said she had something to do with it after she got that first settlement. And that was 3 years after the fact. From the beginning, I thought that she didn't have anything to do with it because I couldn't figure for the likes of me how a mother could have went through so much stuff to lose her child. But 3 years later, peoples, 3 years later, God opened up that door and it came to me. I thank God for that. I thank God for his divine premise. I thank God for the putting this unction in my spirit. I thank God for giving me eagle eyes. I thank God to give me a voice to speak. I thank God to allow me to see beyond what many of you have been seeing. And I thank God that I have stayed the course. I've never deviated from that. You didn't see me go all over rocker and things and stuff. Every live was centered around Kanika Jenkins. Every live that I've ever did was centered around Kanika Jenkins and what happened to Kanika Jenkins. Now, I didn't have the wherewithal or the intuition or the premonition that many of you had. I didn't see that. But I got it now. And that's what makes the difference, peoples. It didn't matter if I didn't get it beforehand. I got it now. Now, what's your excuse? Are you still going to sit back and be blinded by the madness that is going on and listen to all of these YouTubers express this hilarious and nefarious madness and stuff? Or are you going to open up your eyes and you're going to just see this stuff for what it really is? Yeah, you're right, Randall. Teresa Martin was there from the beginning. From the very beginning. I'm just now learning that. But see, Randall, I thank God for you and the other people that's coming in that's finally now is chiming out to say something. Because see, for the longest time, many of you were silent. Now, since Teresa Martin got her millions and she used and abused all of you, now you guys are finally chiming out and saying something. That's good. That's what we need. We need a community to come out and chime out and say something, and stop listening to these hilarious and nefarious YouTubers who's giving you all of this BS and nonsense, and then coming up against people like me who is expressing the narrative and who is walking the timeline and who is showing you unequivocally and undeniably that the madness that they're saying it cannot be. See, I'm only using what they said, not what I said, what they said. And if you guys can get a hold of that, then you can understand some things. It ain't what Edward Joseph is saying. It's what they said. So understand that, peoples, it's what they said. Now, I happen to agree with you, Randall Robinson. She was there all of that time from the night of the 6th when she said, Janaea, I love you. Wait until I get rich and you're going to see how much I love you. It was at that point, peoples, that Kenneka Jenkins was in danger. It was at that point. And guess what? It was on the 6th. Guess when Teresa Martin got the settlement? It was 6 years later. There's that 6 again, peoples. 666, the sign of the demonic, the mark of the beast. 666. And I've already told you it was the significance of the signs. I've already expressed that in a different live. You guys go back and watch my lives. It all lead up to what I'm telling you right now. It'll all lead up to what I'm telling you right now. Randall Robinson had said Teresa was there when they closed Kenneka in the freezer. And I believe that to be true too. I believe that to be true. Because why would Teresa Martin have that brace up on her hand? And Randall Robinson also said, I think Teresa was there on the 6th to finalize the plan for Kenneka. And you are exactly right, Randall Robinson. J. Mar, yes, she did. She got millions. He got millions. But let's go back to what Randall Robinson had said. I think Teresa was there on the 6th to finalize the plan for Kenneka. Yes, you are exactly right, Randall Robinson. Now, people, what if I tell you that I got information that clearly seals the deal that Teresa Martin was there on the 6th? Early that morning from the 6th leading into the 7th. What if I told you I got information that clearly solidifies Teresa Martin being at the Crown Plaza on the 6th? Randall Robinson said that's why the parking ticket on the 6th was in the car. You are exactly right, because she had to go and retrieve the car, Randall Robinson, because Kenneka driven the car there on the 6th. And she had to go retrieve the car because nobody else could drive the car other than her and Kenneka. She had to go retrieve the car. That's why the ticket was there on the 6th. It wasn't because of Teresa Martin. It was because of Kenneka Jenkins. That's why that night of the 6th, Teresa Martin said, Janaea, I love you. Wait until I get rich and you're going to see how much I love you. Well, guess what? Teresa Martin already knew Kanika Jenkins was in danger. Why? Because she was the one who sacrificed her daughter. You guys understand that now? Do you understand that now, peoples? And you understand why Teresa Martin will never ever speak out against Edward Joseph? Because peoples just like Lenore Harris have videos. Edward Joseph do too. And just how they tried to crop people out of the videos and stuff, people's. Well, again, what if I told you I got a video that clearly solidifies Teresa Martin being at the establishment earlier than the time to when it was stated that she was? Because that would just make perfect sense, right? Why Kanika would have died earlier than the night. And that would just make so much perfect sense, people, why they would have to have a fake Kanika play Kanika. Well, Randall, let's just say this. Let's just say this. If Kanika Jenkins was ever killed by a pool, help me to make that make sense. How? Let me go before you answer that question. Let me go back to right here. Let me go back to right here. Remember this picture right here that I showed you? And let me share my screen because this is going to answer your question. This is going to answer your question right here. Okay, I'm telling you right now, this is going to answer your question right here. Okay, you see that, Mr. Randall Robinson? Kanika Martin, Kanika Jenkins. Two girls who had got killed at two different times. So now you got to ask yourself the question, which was where and where was which? Now, Kanika Jenkins got killed by a pool. When did it happen? And did it happen by the pool? Kanika Martin got killed. And so you got to ask yourself the question, when did it happen? And where did it happen? Did it happen by the pool? But then you also have to say, Mr. Randall Robinson, is that there were several girls who played Kanika Jenkins. And so you got to ask yourself the question again, when did it happen and where did it happen? And was it Kanika? Or was it one of the girls who played Kanika? Okay, so you say she didn't die by the pool. She was in the pool. Was DNA off? I don't understand your response. He didn't die by the pool. He was in the pool. Was DNA off? What do you mean? See, people. I'm not denying that things happen all over in that establishment, but what I am saying is that to wash the DNA off. Well, I mean, just putting somebody in a pool is not going to wash off nobody's DNA. I can tell you that now. If anybody, if anybody handled her, there was fingerprints all over her, and just throwing her in the pool is not going to wash out the fingerprints. You know, it's not going to wash out the fingerprints. And if Kanika was ever in a pool, then you got to help me to make this make sense. Okay, let's look at this picture again, Mr. Randall Robinson. If Kanika was in a pool, then how could her eyelashes still be intact? Because if you're in a pool, the pool with the chlorine and all of that stuff would have made these eyelashes fall off her eyelids, because the chlorine would have eaten up the glue around her eyelids. And not only that, that her hair wouldn't have been intact to the degree. And then why is there soap and water all in her hair? What, they throw in a pool and then they wash her hair? And then if she was in a pool, well, then her skin, as you can see, because you can see the little hairlines that's all over her face and stuff, her skin would have been pale because of the chlorine. The chlorine would have been attached to her skin, and it would have given a haze on her skin. So if she was in a pool and she wasn't dead in a pool, well, then when did she die? See, having Kanika be in a pool, like many of people trying to assert, you got to ask a whole lot of questions. Was she skinny dipping in the pool? Because if they had her in the pool, what was the whole reason of having her in the pool? I mean, that didn't make no sense. And then when did they have her in the pool? Because the pool is open to where anybody can walk around and see down into the pool. And if you see a bunch of people and you see a girl, you know, in a pool not moving or something, I'm sure somebody would have said something. So it's unlikely that Kanika could have been in a pool. Because one, how did they have access to the pool? Two, when did they have time to put her in the pool? Three, it's just what I had explained. How could her eyelids, the fake eyelids, be intact and she's in the pool? So if you can answer those questions, well, then, you know, I will go with the premise that Kanika Jenkins would have been in the pool. But that's unlikely, peoples. That's why when women get in the pool, they don't dunk themselves in the pool, because they have all of that makeup on their face. They just stand in the pool and then they take their drinks in the pool and stuff. They don't go and submerge themselves in the pool, because the chlorine and everything would have washed all of that stuff off their face. So you know, it's good that the people are saying what they're saying and stuff, and these are all plausibilities and things. But then when you think of the plausibilities, you got to think this through. You got to answer the questions that is being raised, because if you don't answer the questions that's being raised, well, then how could you believe it if you can't answer the questions? And I'm not saying that someone wasn't by the pool. I'm saying Kanika wasn't in the pool. And Kanika wasn't killed in the pool. That's what I'm saying. None of you can ever prove that Kanika was in the pool, by the pool, or killed in the pool. All you can only say is somebody was in the pool and somebody got killed. That's all you can say. But you got to understand there were many girls who played Kanika. Again, let me reference the pictures that I've just shown you. The Kanika Jenkins deception. Who is this girl? And where she died? And when did she die? Well, I can already answer who she is. That's Kanika Martin. Now, when she died, well, it takes further investigation. Where she died, well, that takes some further investigation. How she died, well, that takes further investigation. But was she in the freezer? Hell yeah, she was. Because again, I did a live about this and I said, you got to look at the background noise from where she is to where she is. Peoples. In the background noise, I've already did a video about this. I can go over this again. Similar to the same. Yeah, and Randall, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not saying that nobody was in the pool. I'm not disagreeing with you upon that. Very well may be somebody in the pool, but I can guarantee you it wasn't Kanika. It wasn't Kanika Jenkins. It wasn't the girl who we seen in the freezer up on the upper level. And again, I challenge you and anybody else who ever think that Kanika was in the pool based upon the questions that I asked you. Now, if you can answer those questions, well, then lead me and everybody else to believe that Kanika was ever in that pool. Well, then, hey, have your stab with it. Come onto the live, explain to us in great detail how it happened, when it happened, what time it happened, because you already established where it happened. I mean, be my guest. I'm not here to ridicule you or anything. I'm just saying that it wasn't Kanika Jenkins. Now, I stand 10 toes down upon that because I know you or nobody else can ever answer those questions. Because again, if you can answer it, you would have been here to answer it, but you can't answer it. Because again, I keep referencing this people's, the Kanika Jenkins deception. Here it is right here. There it is right there. If people ever can understand that there were several girls who played Kanika and these girls never left the establishment, then you will be so much further in this case. It would be incredible. But you guys got asphyxiated in your mind because they gave you this narrative forever and a day, and they keep repeating it over and over and over again. And you guys can't see nothing else other than what they had told you. So I want somebody to challenge me. Prove to me that Kanika Jenkins was ever in a pool. Show us, explain to us. Run down the timeline. Give us some definitive plausibility. That's all I'm asking. I get tired of people coming in with their little tidbits. Explain to us in great detail what happened and why you say that it was Kanika. When is anybody going to ever acknowledge that there were several girls who played Kanika And why was all of these big gang members there at the establishment during the time to when Kanika Jenkins was abducted and killed? Why did we have all of these gang members there? Why did everybody lie? Why did the main people in this case lie? Ask yourself the question, why did Lenore lie? Why did Teresa Martin lie? Why did Shemaya, Monifa, Bree, Irene lie, and these were supposed to be Kanika Jenkins' best friends? Why did they lie? Because see, the thing is, Randall Robinson, if the people were telling the truth, it wouldn't be no reason to lie. And if they were really J for K for Kanika Jenkins, why did everybody lie? But nobody can explain that to me. And nobody can explain that to you. And nobody can explain that to no one in here. Why did they lie? If they were really J for K for Kanika, Randall Robinson, why did they lie? Why is the case files going against everything that we've seen in this video footage and everything that was said from the lips of Monifa, Shemaya, Bree, and Irene, and even Lenore Harris herself? It wouldn't be no reason to lie, because if there was any truth being told, then everything would line up and match up. But it doesn't, my friend. It absolutely doesn't. And these are the things that I keep showing you all. But you all continually to keep bringing up this mess and madness in effery, and you can't even explain yourself. You can't even answer the simplest little questions that I raised. Can somebody in this community answer the questions that I raised? Anybody? Anybody? Let me put the link in the chat. Come to the live and explain to us in great detail the questions that I raised. Because if you can't, I would like to know. But you can't. And the reason why you can't, because again, you cannot put together the pieces to this puzzle. And then I ask you a question. Before I answer your question, I need you to answer my question. I can't sit here and tell you all what I got, Randall. Come on now. Come on now. I can't sit here and tell you all what I got. That wouldn't be fair. It's not fair for me to answer your question and then you can't even answer any of mine. That's not fair. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you all what I got. I gave you enough. Just think about what I said. I mean, what fair play is fair play. I ask many questions that you and nobody else can ever answer. I've been asking it since I've been going live for I don't know how many times, how many years. Everybody want me to go open up and spill the beans and share with you everything that I got and stuff, but you guys are not bringing me anything. You guys are not telling me anything. You guys are not showing me anything. You guys are not expressing anything. You're not even really expressing your true feelings of what you think about this case. And I'm just asking you what you think. I'm not asking you what you know, what you think. What is a good, reasonable, and plausible explanation as to why you think such and feel such? And still you guys can't even answer that. I got video footage of some things that you don't have and the rest of these YouTubers don't have. But am I supposed to show you guys? Well, I mean, if I could, if it wasn't going to put my life in danger, I would. I mean, how do you think Zach got killed? Why do you think all of those other people got killed? Why do you think that Rico got shot up in a bowling alley in broad daylight and stuff? Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. You only can show what you can show. You can't show everything. It puts my family at risk trying to educate you all. So what do? I'm showing you what I can show you. I'm explaining to you what I can explain to you. That is on the sidebar. So if I do get a threat, then I can bring the whole thing coming down, because by that time they would have crossed the line with me, and there's no turning back from that. And that is my only safe haven to keep me and my family safe. And so if you guys can't understand that, well then, I mean, hell. No, Randall, you got me wrong, my friend. Again, let me explain it to you, my friend. You say that someone was in the pool, may not have gotten killed, but someone was in the pool. My question to you is, who do you think it is? And then if you say who you think it is, how did it happen? That's all I'm saying. Explain and express to us in great detail why you come up with that conclusion. You say that the people don't give you opportunity to speak. I give you ample opportunity to speak. So you can't use that as an excuse. You feel that was Kanika. Okay, well then explain to us why you feel it's Kanika. How did it happen? When did it happen? That's what I'm saying. Hello, Snow Biz. It's a blessing to see you on today. See, you guys confusing yourselves, and you guys are mixing the things up of what I'm saying. I don't curse you out for not knowing. I curse you out for sitting up here being hilarious and nefarious in my life. So don't confuse the two. I've been asking you guys questions, and again, none of you have ever answered not one question. All of this information that I have been giving out and things and stuff, if you got something that you feel that I gotta miss, if you disagree with me, come to the live and explain to me why you disagree. You said when she got outside, they caught her. Teresa and other people were outside and beat her up. They took her to the pool to wash the blood off. Snow had said, my things is she knew what happened. Don't upset her. Hello, C. Hill. How are you, ma'am? It's a blessing to see you on today. Okay, so Randall Robinson, you said that when she got outside, they caught her. Teresa and other people were outside and beat her up. They took her to the pool to wash out the blood. Okay, so who are you speaking on? Are you speaking of Kanika Jenkins? And if you're speaking of Kanika Jenkins, explain to us in great detail where she was when she got outside. How did she get outside? Where was she before she came outside? At what point in time was she outside? When did they take her to the pool? And then when they took her to the pool, what did they do after they took her to the pool? Those are the things I'm asking. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, give us a good, wholesome rundown as to what you believe. It's just that simple. I don't know how many times I keep having to reiterate the various things that I ask you. Hello, spiritual gangster, Miss Tanya. How are you, ma'am? It's a blessing to see you on today. Spiritual gangster, yes, I do. Yes, I do. But I'm asking Brendel, I'm asking you all what you think. I gave you what I can give you. I gave you what I am going to say. If you guys can't take that and run with it, I don't know what to tell you. You got to understand, when you're talking about this case, you just can't go and throw everything out there because, again, it puts me and it puts my family at risk. Right now is not the time. If I get a threat, yes, I'm going to release everything. But everything that I'm saying, obviously, it must be making some type of sense. You guys are here. You guys are listening. You guys are watching. You know, I mean, it makes sense to me. I'm trying to explain to you what I got. If I can show you, I would show you. If it wouldn't take down my channel, if it wouldn't put me and my family at risk. That's the thing that you guys don't get. Why don't you guys answer some questions for a change? Why don't you guys get on the live and explain to me and everybody else what you think? Well, what you think? Why is it so hard to explain to the people what you think? I'm giving you what I know. I'm giving you what I can say. If you can't take that, and if you can't do your own research, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not giving you no more than what I am giving you now. And if that's unacceptable to you, oh well, that's not my problem. It's your problem for not doing your research. Snow had said the man she was dating is going to spend all her money on a young girl. Randall said, I'm just telling you what happened to some girl. And then Snow said, you're doing a good job. Okay, and then and again. So what happened after that, Randall? So they caught her. Let's go back and recap. Let's go back and recap. Because see, now you guys took me off my narrative. So now let's go and play up on what you're saying. Randall said when she got outside, they caught her. Teresa and other people was outside and beat her up. They took her to the pool to wash the blood off. Okay, so Randall said it's some girl that this happened to. Well, Snow, you can let me put the link into the chat, and then you can click on that and you can come onto the live. So here's the link right here. Click on that, and then you can come onto the live, and then you can talk on the live. So Randall said when they got outside, when she got outside, they caught her. Teresa and other people were outside and they beat her, took her to the pool, then washed the blood off. Okay, now that's reasonable, that's plausible, but then my question is, who did they take? Did they take Kanika Jenkins? Did they take Kanika Martin? Did they take one of the fake Kanikas? That is the question. And then when she got outside, the question is, how did she get outside? Where was she for her to get outside? Those are the questions I'm asking. Was you in the body of whoever to see how this person got outside? Where was she when she was outside? How did they get her back into the establishment? What happened after they beat her and washed off the blood? Where did they take her? Did they take her to the upper level kitchen? Did they take her to the lower level kitchen? What happened? Those are the questions that I'm asking. And if you see it, tell us. Explain to us. Because those are the missing pieces that the people need answered. You're the medium. You said you've seen it. So explain it. I'm not here to deny anything that you're saying, but what I am asking is who, how, when, why. We already know where. You said that they got her in the pool by the back door. Okay, that's plausible. All right. So what happened after that? What happened? What did they do? Snow, the link is in the chat. So click on the link and you can be able to come to the live and you can be able to talk. Click on the link. Then you can be able to come to the live and you can be able to talk. That's how you're able to call in. Now, peoples, you heard what Randall said. Randall said that the young lady whom he had seen was outside. Teresa and people had commandeered her and beat her up, brought her to the pool area, and washed her off. Now, you heard it from a YouTuber who clearly is stating to you, this is how the young lady was by the pool. And so he didn't reference Kanika. So I'm not saying that he's talking about Kanika. He never referenced Kanika. And so he said that they threw her into the pool naked. Okay. So now, was she dead at the time to when they threw her in the pool? Peoples, if you guys want to come up to the live and come up and talk and come share your narrative, come share your narrative. Because see, all what happens is that when people are talking and things, then you guys go and start to reference all of this other madness some other YouTuber said and things. I want to hear what you think, not what some other YouTuber think. Randall had said she was not dead. Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. So Randall said that she was outside. Teresa and people had ended up getting her, and they beat her up. They took her through the back door, and they threw her in the pool naked. Now, so my question is, Randall, did this young lady ever say, why you do me this way? Why y'all do me this way? Did you ever hear that from the young lady whom you are expressing about now? And you said that this young lady is not dead. At which point did she die? And then my question is, you said that they beat her up and they threw her in the pool to wash the blood off and all like this and stuff. So what happened after this point? When did she die? And then when she died, how? And then what did they do after that point? So you're saying yes to something. I asked several questions. I don't know what you're saying yes to. What was the yes in reference to? Okay, Randall, I asked you a question, my friend. What are you saying yes to? Give us your narrative. Okay, so we're at the point to where she's not dead and she's in a pool. My question is, when did she die? When did they kill her? My other question is, do you remember her ever saying, why you do me this way? Why y'all do me this way? I'm gonna leave it on those two questions. Okay, take your time. Take your time. We got a little bit of time. Take your time. And then if anybody else got anything that they want to add, the link is in the chat, or you can come into the chat and you can add your commentary and things because it's open. You're hearing from Randall Robinson. He's a medium, and he said that he was in the body of the people and he's seen some things. And so I'm giving him an opportunity to speak to the people since these other YouTubers won't allow him to speak. Randall Robinson said, yes, she did say, why y'all do me this way? Okay, so now, since we're at that point, was this the time to when they rammed the rod in her anal hole? Did you see that? Yes, you saw that. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. All right. This becomes very interesting. Okay. What happened after they ramped that rod in Kanika Jenkins' anal hole? Now I want to say, based upon what I have, I agree with you up to the point to where she screamed, I woke up, shaken up. Damn. I agree with you to the degree of what you said, except for the pool area. Yes, that did happen. They ramped the rod up her anal. Yes, that did happen. She was stripped naked. Yes, that did happen. They washed her body. But it wasn't by a pool area. You're exactly right. She was really confused because no one would help her. You are exactly right. And that goes into what I was saying about the setup. You are exactly right. I'm so glad that you did come on and that you did give your narrative and things because the people needed to hear it from somebody else, not just me. And if the people don't believe it, well, then they just don't believe it. I mean, it ain't up to us to go ahead and persuade the people to believe anything. You believe what you want to believe. But we agree upon most of what he said. And I've been telling you all of this time that I truly believe that Teresa Martin had a hand in the killing of her daughter. And that's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I mean. And that is exactly what is on the video footage. Because, yes, it was videotaped. And this is what she and the other people did not want to ever come to light. This is one of the reasons why King Rob was there. This is one of the reasons why the Uppers was there. This is one of the reasons why Kanika was taken to the room with the men that Randall had told you about with the red hats and the tassel. Kanika Jenkins was the sacrifice. She wasn't going to get killed until they got the approval. But they did more horrific things to her. Randall Robbins said, and that's why Teresa wanted to see the footage so bad to see if, oh my man, Randall, you had hit the nail on the head. You are exactly right. That is why Teresa Martin was so adamant about seeing the video footage because she wanted to see if she was on that video footage. That's why she kept asking for the cameras, peoples. Now, does it make perfect sense to you, peoples? But see, that was the most stupidest thing because it was all videotaped on cell phone. But that's why they had the closed circuit TV cameras up there because all of this stuff was videotaped on closed circuit TV. And everybody was involved and everybody had to play the role because nobody wanted to implicate the next person because if one person get implicated, everybody get implicated. And it would have shut down this whole grand scheme that they had going on. That's why everybody had to play the role. Is it making sense to you now, peoples? Hello, Kayla McNeil. How are you? It is a blessing to see you on today. Kayla had said, everyone, hello, everyone. I'm new to viewing this channel. I'm trying to get caught up. Mr. Randall, were you there that night? I was reading your comments and it seems that way. I just wanted to ask to be sure. Well, Kayla, he is a medium and Randall was in the body of some people. And this is the things that he had dreamt back in. He said, I was not there. I dreamt this situation in 2016, the time before all of this stuff happened. Now, peoples, do you understand? Is it becoming crystal clear to you now why Teresa Martin was so adamant? But see, in the process of going through what you're going through, what Teresa Martin failed to realize and understand is she is captured on cell phone video and she is captured on closed circuit TV video. And this is one of the reasons how they control what she said and what she did. Do you guys understand it now? That's why she had to go out and say nothing happened to my daughter. And for the book and for the record, nothing happened to my daughter. Remember at the time to when she was running out of the room with Lenora Harris and that officer came out and he was smiling? Peoples, why would an officer smile when a mother gets notified that her daughter is deceased? Because again, it was a part of the setup. Do you guys get it now? That was a grand act between Teresa Martin and Lenora Harris. And the officer and everybody knew that. And everybody played the part because everybody was going to get a piece of this pie that this young lady sued for. Everybody, remember, understand the key factors. He said everybody was involved. Everybody. That means everybody. So if everybody has a part to play and you're suing for 50 million is enough to go around for everybody. Everybody gets a cut. So you play your part well, put it through the system, wait the time out, collect your check. But see, that's what they didn't envision. They didn't think that this thing was going to be as big as it is. You see how big it is now. Peoples, if you can't see the play, you heard what Lenora Harris had said. She said that we are going to be here day and night for my sister. Well, did that happen? No, it didn't. You got all of these YouTubers fighting in Teresa Martin's behalf, and yet she shut down the protests. And when she did that, the people got pissed. When she got the bankroll, the people got pissed because you don't even know how much she got. And if she had enough within her for the community who backed her, she would have told you what she got. But why is she not telling you? One, because it will put her life in danger. Because knowing how much she got would even make it more so for you guys to go on in to connect these dots. That's number one. Number two, she will be extorted to the hilt because it's going to be some jealous person out there in the whole grand scheme of things that is going to crack. Somebody like Monifa and Shemaya and Bree. And that's why they shut Shemaya up. They shot her brother and killed her brother. Tried to get to her, but they did get to her. They shot her in the head. Shut up because you talk too much. Shut up, homegirl. You never shut up. That's why Lenore had gotten threatened. And that's why when she went on to the Breakfast Club, she was looking stupid because Teresa Martin said, open up your mouth. You next. People put the pieces together. It's right there. Randall, you say, I don't think she got that much. Well, I'll tell you one thing. She is a millionaire. She didn't get no 50 million. She got a good chunk of change to where she can be able to pass around to all of the people who was involved. I'll tell you that much. Y'all hold on. Okay, peoples, I'm back. So now, peoples, Kayla, and the rest of the people, does it make sense now? Do you guys understand the big picture? Do you guys understand the play? Do you guys understand what has been going on and why different ones was doing such? Do you guys understand that? Because it just makes sense. It just makes perfect sense. No matter how you look at it, it just makes perfect sense. Because if you can think of it any other way, be my guest. Come on to the live and explain and express to us what you think. You don't have to take what I say. You don't have to take what Randall say. You don't have to take what we say, but express to us what you think. Don't tell us what any other YouTuber said. Tell us what you think. Because I tell you, peoples, let me say this. Teresa Martin got paid. Now, did she ever come out and say, okay, well, now, peoples, I got paid. It's all over with. Let me go and put a tombstone on my baby's grave. Did she ever come out and do that? I mean, it's all over with, peoples. She never did. Kanika Jenkins never got a tombstone on that grave. Why? Because it ain't Kanika Jenkins in that grave. Remember, go back in history when Teresa Martin said that, well, you know, I don't have to put a tombstone on my daughter's grave, so all of this stuff is over with. Well, why is that? You got money to get your boobs done, and you got money to get your boobs done a month before Kanika died. That's the picture that I've shown on this live right here, peoples. She got her boobs done a month before Kanika Jenkins died. And that's the picture that is on this live. So she got money. Why can't she put a tombstone on her daughter's grave now? What excuse does she have? She don't have no excuse. But leave it up to you guys. You guys that think of something for her. The community is angry. And Teresa Martin played you all very well. She played the game. And I'm going to walk down that timeline, people, of how she played that game with you all. All of this time, you heard what Lenore said. We're going to fight for my sister. We're going to be here day and night. Well, was they there day and night, peoples? Because, again, Teresa Martin shut down the protests. Jedediah and all of them was looking stupid. Well, why are you looking stupid? Because she shut down the protests. Why are you looking stupid? I mean, if she was for J4K, she would have fought for her daughter. It wouldn't have been no amount of money to have her go ahead and shut down no protests, but she shut it down. Why? Because it was a part of the plan. It was a part of the plan. She shut it down. And what she basically told you all was Kanika Jenkins did this to herself. And, turn up the light to the turtle. And then I'll see you in the morning. Randall Robbins says she used people's compassion and sympathy to her advantage. And I've been saying that for the longest time. And she did. She did that majorly. And every step of the way, I've been telling you. Because, again, I've already said from the beginning, I said, Teresa Martin, what did you know? When did you know it? I've been told you guys, I've said it when she first came out with, hey, live, my effing daughter is dead. And for the book and for the record, ain't nothing happened to her, y'all. Ain't nothing happened to her. That was the major red flag right there. People, go back and watch all of my lives. I walked all of this stuff down. I've been telling you for the longest time. None of you have been believing me. You've been believing the madness that Trey Game been saying. 54 Keys and Casey Cloyle, Vera Sanchez Medina, Custom Design, and T Slay, Boss Man and Hair Lost Man, John Queer Q. Y'all been listening to these people, but see, they never broke this down the way that I'm breaking it down tonight. And look, if all of you here. All of you are here and you're sitting down and you're watching and you're listening. Finally, I'm getting to the people. She took advantage of you, and many of you can't even admit it. Randall said, I said shit 6 years ago and got told to be quiet. So I just sit back and waited for everyone to catch up. Well, Randall, you always know that you have a voice up on this channel. We may not always agree with everything, but you have a voice on this channel. And I've always nodded you and prodded you to go and speak your truth. Speak your truth. And you did. And look, the people is here. The people is here. Don't back down, my friend, with what you say, what you've seen, what you believe. Don't back down. Because you're the one who was in the body, not me. I can't speak to that. The only thing I can attest to is what I have and compare it to what you have said. And I agree with mostly everything that you have said, except for the pool. But I agree with mostly everything you said. You said, I just got hip to your channel recently. And that ain't nothing but God. God did that. You didn't do that. I didn't do that. God did that. Because, see, God had to send someone to validate the various things that I was saying. Casey Cloyle, Vera Sanchez Medina validated everything I was saying. Trey Gay, Custom Design, T Slade, they validated everything I was saying. 54 Keys, Zillionaire, Boss Man and Hair Lost Man, John Queer Q. They validated everything I've been saying. And see, I didn't do nothing but just walk down the timeline, Randall, tonight. I didn't do nothing but just expressively walk down the timeline tonight. And if the people can't see it, I don't know what to tell them. You got to understand the play peoples. You got to understand what and why was happening. And again, you are welcome to come with whatever narrative you have. Just come to us and explain to us why you feel whatever you feel. That's all. Randall has said, I do believe in my dream I will come across someone with 2 first names. And here it is, Edward Joseph. And you know who Joseph was in the Bible? Remember when his brothers tried to throw him in a pit and leave him for dead? But God turned that situation around and he became king over his brothers. Joseph, the one who is Jesus, not fraternal, but Jesus' father, Mary and Joseph. Because see, Mary was conceived by the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit had made her pregnant, and she conceived Jesus. But Joseph was Jesus' earthly father. And God himself which he goes under many names, is, Jesus' heavenly father. But we're not here to talk about religion, because I know many of you don't believe in all what I'm saying. So I'm just throwing that out there for you biblical scholars and things. So let's not go into religion. Let's stay on cue. Let's stay on point. But anyway, I thank God for you, Randall Robinson. Whatever you may believe when it comes down to the heavenlies, you have been God sent. And that's why I have embraced you to the degree. I did the same to Customs. I said, come and speak your narrative. Well, he came and he took forever to just express one little thing. I've opened up the doors for all of you to come speak your narrative. I don't know why you guys can't do it. But Randall had said, not comparing, but my mom and dad both were virgins when they had sex and my mom got pregnant. Well, miracles do happen every day. And whether you believe in miracles or not, they do happen every day. And whether you believe in God or Jesus or whatever, somebody had to create the heavens and the earth. Somebody had to create this, the delight and give us life, give us death. So somebody is watching over us and blessing us and allowing us to breathe and live and have the stars in the sky, and the earth has its rotation around the sun and all of these other planets out there in the solar system and stuff. Somebody had to do it. Someone or something. It just didn't happen. And so whatever your spiritual beliefs is, people, that's what you believe. But see, me, I believe in God. And I thank God because, see, I knew within my spirit that it was going to take some time, but the time is at hand right now. This is the time to when the people are bringing it back to the beginning. Now the people are listening. And I'm glad that you're listening. I'm glad that you're listening because, again, just take for the various things that I have been telling you, do your own research, and you will come to discover many things, people. Don't take my word for it. I think Nosy Bug is under the weather. Normally when she's not here, she's under the weather. So I think I'm just assuming she's under the weather. And I believe that she'll be back at the point in time to when, it's appropriate. So people, does all of that make sense to you? Does all of that make sense to you? How I did it, what I said? I took the very information that they gave and I have explained it in great detail. No other YouTuber has ever explained it in a manner to which I did. Not tonight. Nobody has ever did that. And I watched a lot of them. I didn't watch every one of them, but I watched a lot of them. And I can guarantee you, none has ever explained it in a way to I did tonight. They didn't do it. So people, what is that you believe? I told you I was going in hard and heavy. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Because now I got to go and I got to tell you why the gang members was there that night. I got to go into the satanic ritual. I got to go into why these people had up in their gang membership. Kayla, this is what we're working on right now because I told you there is no expiration date on murder. Now hear me when I tell you this. Hear me when I tell you this. Teresa Martin will never put a tombstone on the fake Kanika Jenkins grave because she doesn't want it to be identified. She has no excuse. She's got money now. The case is closed. That's number one, Kayla. Listen to what I'm saying. That's number one. Number two, she will fight valiantly to keep the settlement closed so you and nobody else will ever find out how much she got. That's number two. Number three, listen to me carefully, Kayla. One of the four young ladies that I just told you about is going to open up and they're going to express. And this is how this case is going to get open. It's going to be either Bree, Shemaya, Monifa, or Irene. And guess who's the weakest link out of all of them? And guess who is the only one who has been touched out of all of them? That is none other than the person who is right here, who was dragging the young lady down the hall. None other than that person right there. You see who it is, right? You see who it is, Kayla, right? Mark my words. Listen to me carefully. I'm prophesying now. I'm prophesying. I'm telling you. Just like it took some years for the Tupac Shakur case to come. This is your weakest link right here. And I do believe she will be the very one who is going to speak. And you know why I say that? Not only did she get shot, but she was the one who went down to the police station with her mother. She went down to the police station with her mother to go ahead and give testimony in this case. She did that. You didn't see Monifa do that. You didn't see Bree do that. Irene did that, but Irene wanted to cover her ass. Because Irene knows what the F went on and she wanted to cover her ass. And so that girl who was there at the police station, being down there for whatever reason, she videotaped all that. And we clearly seen Irene. But Shemaya was the only one out of all of them who got shot up. And Shemaya's brother got shot up and killed. Why did they go after Shemaya? Because, again, Shemaya was the stupid one who got caught on camera doing the various things that she's doing. Okay, let me say this again. Let me say this again, Kayla. Shemaya was the only stupid one that got caught. Exactly, Randall Robinson. Monifa did it as the initiation into the gang. You're exactly right. You are exactly right. And now let me go here, people. So let me go here and let me go and show you this video. I got it on my Facebook page. I'm not going to let you see all of my Facebook stuff, but let me go to that video. And then we're going to go back to FBG Duck because her mother had went on and was his mother was went on and was chiming out. And people in the Kanika Jenkins chat, you know, I'm going to end up blocking you because I keep asking you guys not to post all of this hilarious and nefarious madness in the chat. We don't do Bitcoin. We don't do all of this other stuff, I'm going to start blocking these people. Because every time you look around, it's all of this quick scheme type of madness and stuff. Well, if you do this and if you press this and if you say this, then you can get a lot of money and all like that and stuff. I'm gonna start blocking these people. It ain't no quick get rich schemes, people. You can't get rich quick. So I wish the people would stay out. 82 has already warned you about that, and the people still want to do that. And so now I'm just going to start blocking people. You know, I hate to be rude and things. I want the people to come in, and I want the people to keep it about the Kanika Jenkins case, but they just can't. Now, people, let me go back to this video because this is going to seal the deal for Shamaya. This is going to seal the deal for Shamaya because Shamaya was clearly there when this young lady was getting assaulted. And I've shown you this video once beforehand, peoples. Now it all just makes perfect sense why Shamaya was the one who was targeted. And I've just explained to you why. So let me go back and let me find that video, peoples. I got it in here. And I don't want you to look all in my page and stuff like that. So that's why I got it blocked off right now and things. So when I come to it, then you guys can see it. See, you guys are just too nosy. So, you know, I ain't letting you guys all in my channel and all like this and stuff. Y'all way too nosy. Y'all got too much shit going on. And I ain't trying to have all of that stuff. I already been through it with many of you and not going to go through it no more. And thank you, people, for being respectful tonight. Thank you. I greatly appreciate that. That means a lot to me. That means that you guys are serious. You guys come in. You guys want to learn some things and stuff. I greatly appreciate that. That means a lot to me. All right. So let me try to I think this is the video right here. Okay, this is the video and this is the picture. All right, so let me share my screen, peoples. Let me share my screen. Now, this is going to bring even more validity to the various things I've been saying. Okay, now let me share this. Let me explain to you this here, because I explained to you many times before. Let me do this. All right, let me do this, and then let me do this right here. Let me bring this over here. Okay, as you guys can see here, peoples, this picture right here. Let me see if I can enlarge it some. Stretch it out. I'm going to have to bring this down. I'm going to have to enlarge it that way. All right, so now, dang, it's just not stretched out too much. Okay, there it is. All right. As you can see, peoples, in the photo to the left, who do you see in that photo? You see Shamaya. That's who you see, peoples. You see Shamaya in the photo. You see that, right? Clear as daylight. Okay, and let me chime into my. Got to get out the comments and stuff and connect to my live. Okay, so let me show you. Let me show you, people. Now you see, Shamaya is the only one that has a blue shirt, as you can see. In the left photo, you see the person with the blue shirt, as you can see. Shamaya is the only one with the black pants, as you can see. The girl in the left has on, black pants, as you can see. The girl in the left has on black pants, as you can see. Shamaya is the only one with the blue thing, and it comes up to her knees, And so when we do the comparison of the picture, peoples, and we bring it over, and then we click, oh no, that's not going to do. But as you can see, you see where the black and it tapers off at the kneecap right here. As you can see, right here, it tapers off on the kneecap. As you can see right there. Who do you think that is? That is Shemaiah. That's Shemaiah. She's the only one who has the same type of outfit, peoples. Shemaiah is standing right there. There is the beverage manager. There is the girl, Kanika, right there. And in the photo, peoples, you have the beverage manager, you have the guy in a black hoodie, you have the maintenance guy. All right there, all beaten up. The fake Kanika. And I did a live on this many times, people. So you guys just got to go back and watch the live. I've already shown you how the beverage manager has on the black pants. He has on the white shirt. I've shown you how his attire was travailed out of his pants. His hair was all messed up. He was coming out of the kitchen. I've shown you guys that. I've shown you guys that. Now, let's look at this video right here, because now you can clearly see that they're fighting her. Clearly see it. Clear as daylight. Clearly see the video. Maya is just standing there watching. See that? They're fighting her. And the person is down videotaping it. There it is right there, peoples. Okay, let's watch it again. And I've shown you how the beverage manager shirt was travailed out of his pants, as you can see. So you ask why Shemaiah was the one who got hit. Well, because Shemaiah was right there at the time to when the young lady was getting beat up, Kanika. And she's the only one that has, you can clearly, look at the pants, people. Look at the pants right here. And then look at the pants down here. And let me raise this up. Look at the pants right there. You see how there's the blue right there, and then it cuts off at the kneecap. Look at the pants right here, peoples. Here is the blue right here, and it cuts off at the kneecap. Just as this picture is the blue right here, and it cuts at the kneecap. Nobody else has that type of attire, people, other than Shemaiah. And there is the black pants, and there is the black pants. There is the blue shirt, and there is the blue shirt. Peoples, who do you think that is? It is Shemaiah. Shemaiah. Yeah, she did, Randall. And that's exactly what I was trying to tell the people. That's why I had to disagree with Kanika being thrown in the pool, because she was in a fight more than once. You guys remember when I told you Kanika Jenkins got assaulted more than once in the establishment? She got assaulted more than once. And remember what Lenora had said. Well, how was her hair looking? Straight iron press, and it looked like my sister was in a fight. Well, people's, you see the fight right there. And who will always be with Kanika? Shemaya. Shemaya was always with Kanika at her house. Shemaya was always with Kanika in the streets. Shemaya was with Kanika at the establishment. Exactly, Randall. She did. That's why Teresa Martin has the brace on her arm. You guys get it now? Do you understand it now? Do you understand why Lenora had to say it looked like my sister has been in a fight? Because she was. And her supposed best friend was right there. And so now you ask the question. What happened to Kanika after that fight? Well, the only thing I'm going to tell you is you just have to wait to find out. I ain't giving up all of the goods tonight, peoples. I ain't giving up all the goods. But I've been told you in many lives beforehand, Kanika got assaulted more than once. And all of this did not happen on the 8th. You guys see it now? So why did Shemaya get shot? Well, that's why she got shot. She got shot because, again, FBG Duck is going to, mother is going to tell you who Kanika Jenkins was. Who Kanika Jenkins was. Kanika Jenkins had a big family. And Kanika Jenkins knew very high important people. And so you wonder, why did all of these guys get shot and killed and stuff? Why Rico got shot and killed? Because you remember Rico was over there playing like, he broke Kanika's heart. He messed with Kanika's friend, got Kanika's friends pregnant and stuff, talking all of this shit about Kanika. So the gangs got him, tore his ass up, got him out of here. Just like the other people who had something to do with Kanika. All of those boys end up getting shot and killed. The gangs did that. It wasn't the establishment. The gangs did that. The gangs got revenge upon the people who had did something to Kanika. And the gangs had to shut up Shemaya because Shemaya was right there at the time to when Kanika Jenkins was getting assaulted by the beverage manager, the maintenance man, the guy in the black hoodie. Now you're talking. Now you're talking, Randall. Now you're talking. That was at the time to when they thought that she was dead, and Kanika wasn't dead. That's how Kanika got away. But see, I'm saying too much, Randall. I'm saying too much. I wasn't supposed to give this information out. I'm just going to say what you say. Teresa was a street woman. Yes, she was. still is, then passed her to security. Well, they didn't pass her to security because, again, they thought that she was dead. They thought that she was dead. And that's how she got commandeered again. And this time, that's when she got killed. Because that was the time to when she was supposed to be sacrificed. And she wasn't sacrificed at that time. She was still alive. Second time she got killed. And that's why they ramped the rod in her anal to make sure that she don't walk. And to take pictures and send it to her brother. Because that's the type of shit that they do in prison. Because again, remember when Shamaya was the one who had said that Kanika was a snitch. And so what do they do to snitches? They get stitches, right? Well, see, Shamaya was the one who said that on national TV. So since Kanika was a snitch, well, what do you do? What do you think that they do to snitches? So they messed her up big time. And that's why they ramped the rod in her anal. Because they was getting back at her brother. You guys understand that now? Do you understand it now? Do you understand why they went after Shamaya? And why out of Monifa, Bree, and Irene, Shamaya was the only one who got hit? Because again, like I showed you, Shamaya was there at the time to when Kanika Jenkins got commandeered. Shamaya was the one who had called Kanika Jenkins a snitch on national TV. And Shamaya was there at the time to when Kanika was getting beaten. And she was never in Irene's life. You guys seen it. You guys seen it. Leave No Witness had shown you how the beverage manager literally his clothes was travailed out of his pants and his hair was all messed up, and he's showing you the video of how the beverage manager was coming out the kitchen, walking down the aisle and stuff, where Teresa Martin and Lenora Harris was walking down the aisle. I got it on one of my lives. I'm not going to try to find that video, but y'all go Leave No Witness. He has it, but I've talked about this many a times, and I've shown you. Now, does it make sense to you now, peoples? Is everything coming crystal clear? Is it making sense to you now? Randall Sneaker also told about a murder she's seen. The police told the hood. And that's when Shamaya had stated that Kanika Jenkins was a snitch. Is it making sense now, peoples? Do you guys understand it now? Do you see the full scope of what's going on? You guys understand it now? Do you see the play? So let me connect the connects to the connects. So now you ask, how did Kanika Jenkins get in touch with Bill Murray's son? Well, just like father, like son, just like King Rob. You know, they love young women, just like Bill Murray's son love young women. You guys say, well, okay, well, is this all happening in the kitchen and things? Who do you think Bill Murray's son is? Bill Murray's son is the chef, right? But he has other sons, so I'm not saying that it was the chef. I'm just saying that, one of his sons is a chef. So you asked the question, how did Kanika ever get in contact with Bill Murray and son? Well, remember, Kanika used to work for McDonald's. And all of these girls, and it was stated that Monifa or Irene, one of them, worked for the Crown Plaza or close to the Crown Plaza and things. This was their daily routine, people. They would hang out and they will make money. They will go to the hotel on many occasions and stuff, and they would go ahead and they will literally have encounters with business people and things. So you know that Teresa Martin well, come on to the live and express what you're expressing. Don't text me it. I need you to come and express it in the live so the people can see what you're saying and stuff, because just texting me is not going to do no good. Giving me that information is not going to do no good. The people need to hear from you. This is the time now, people, is that you guys need to start speaking up. Whatever you need to say or whatever about this case, you guys need to come and you guys need to share that of what you want to say, what you want to try to convey. Just texting me and telling me, that's not going to do me no good. I'm not going to consistently keep sharing with the people what you guys are saying. It's time now that you guys start to stand up and you guys start to share with the chat, with everybody, what you feel, what you need to say about this case. Because I need you to do it. The people already heard my narrative. The people already understand what my stance is and what I'm saying. So now you guys need to come out and start sharing with everybody. No longer are we going to do the song and dance and you guys make your points with me behind the scenes. No. If you can't be open and you guys can openly share on the live, well, then don't text me. Don't text me, peoples. Because see, this is what I'm saying. You guys all the time want to chime on and make your points and stuff. But if you can't make it on the live to where everybody can see what you are saying, well, then don't text me, because again, you know what? Your life is going to be in danger. What? It's not agreeing with what some other YouTuber has said and stuff. No. It's time for you guys to chime out. Hello, Little Bo Peep. It is a blessing to see you on today. Little Bo Peep said the liquor store person said he remembered Kanika from a shooting from the store. Allegedly, she knew that victim and the suspect. Now, that's what I'm talking about, peoples. Now, come on and chime out. Kayla said, I'm going to come back when I have my thoughts all gathered and completed. I've been thinking about this a long time. I'm going to bed now, but I'll definitely be back to comment here or on another video. Good night. Blessings to you, Caleb McNeil. Now, if you don't be so mean, why don't you go and subscribe to the channel and like the channel? Get my numbers up and stuff and help me get awareness to the people, because the more you support, the more I can support. Little Bo Peep had said happened a couple of weeks before. And see, people's now we're getting somewhere. Thank you for chiming out, Little Bo Peep. This is what I need you all to do. I need you guys to chime out. Express what you know about this case. Express what you think about this case. Express what you feel about this case. It shouldn't always be Edward Joseph getting up here and giving a narrative and things. You guys know what you want to say. You guys know what you want to feel and stuff. Feel free to chime out. Because if you don't, it will always be to the degree to where everybody just hear my voice, but they don't hear your voice. We need to hear from you, because every little piece to the puzzle is a piece that can be in the puzzle, and it just has to fit somewhere. And that's where we all come in collectively to put the pieces to the puzzle together. It's time now, people. It's time now. It's time now not to be silent. It's time now that you need to raise your voice and start speaking. Now, for what Little Bo Peep had said, you guys get a bigger picture, right? Here we go again. This is another piece of the puzzle. This is why Shemaya had called Kanika a snitch. Let me reiterate. The liquor store person said he remembered Kanika from a shooting from the store. Allegedly, she knew that the victim in the store. It's another piece of the puzzle. And so this is one of the reasons why Shemaya had called Kanika a snitch on national TV, peoples. You know, when you be called the snitch, peoples, they put you in a ditch. So you see all of the pieces coming together and things. And see, peoples, it ain't just Edward Joseph chiming out, and it ain't just Edward Joseph giving you a narrative, and it ain't just Edward Joseph telling you. The people, the YouTubers, you all are chiming out. You all are helping. You all are putting the pieces to this puzzle together. And if you can't see the big picture, peoples, I don't know, what is it that you want? What is it that you want? I'm giving you everything that I can possibly give you. And it's up to you to put the pieces of this puzzle together. It ain't up to me to be the deciding factor for what you think and for what you feel. I mean, you guys been listening to all of these YouTubers forever and a day. If you believe them, believe them. It ain't my problem. I don't care what another YouTuber says. I don't care who spoke it first. I don't care who spoke it last. I don't care who gets mad and curse and scream up a storm and call me all kind of clowns and all like this and stuff. That doesn't bother me, peoples. My thing is to get the narrative out there to you so you can see for yourself. And then when you do your own research, then you will be able to discover some things for yourself. Don't depend upon people to fill in any blanks for you. You got a mind of your own. Use it. Now, people, what are they going to say? Because now you're beginning to see the bigger picture. I've already told you what's not going to happen. What's not going to happen is Teresa Martin is never going to put a tombstone on that fake Kanika Jenkins grave, because that's not her daughter. Her daughter was cremated. Kanika Martin, we don't know what happened to her. I'm sure that she's probably been cremated as well. We don't know what happened to her body because they tried to merge the two in one. That is to Kanika Jenkins' deception. Now, whoever this girl is that they buried in that grave, it ain't Kanika. And they don't want that to be exhumed, peoples. And that's what we're working on right now. That's what we're working on. Behind the scenes, we're working on it. And then when I get to the degree to where I can get enough of you people to sign this petition, then we're going to be doing even greater things. But see, before I can even do that, I have to put this out there so you can see and understand. So at least to some degree, we can be on some accord. We may not be on one accord, but we'll be on some accord, and then you will be more inclined to go ahead and sign the petition. They did it for they did it for what's that young boy's name? What is that young boy's name that they did the petition for? Jelani Day. They did it for Jelani Day. Why come they can't do it for Kanika Jenkins? They can if you are willing to do your part and stop talking under your breath and chime out people's. Stop talking under your breath and chime out. You say you want to be a part of something. Well, then, you know what? Share this live. Talk about this. Get the word out. Tell the people to come and tell the people, let's conversate. If they're confused about anything, let's conversate. If they don't agree with something, let's conversate. If they got something to say, or if they got a narrative, let's conversate. We don't have to argue, peoples. Let's conversate. Let's get it out there. Too often we got these high-minded, high-strong YouTubers who think that they got all of the information, but what are they doing? Nothing but blowing hot air. Peoples, whether we agree or disagree, it is time to band together and to get our differences out there, and let's conversate. That's all. What is so wrong with conversating? You never see me on this live and putting people down for what they say or what they think. You never see me do that. I say, come with what you believe. Explain it in great detail. Why is that such an issue? What? Because you're inferior? Because I said I can debunk you? That's what you're inferior of? You don't want to be made a fool, looking stupid? Okay, I'll take it easy on you. I'll take it easy on you. I just want to hear what you have to say. And let's work through our difference and see where we can be able to get a greater understanding. See, I can't, peoples, I just can't, and I will not go on anyone's live to tell me I can't record, to tell me what I can think, what I can't do. I will not. That's one of the reasons why I just absolutely will not go back on Custom Design channel, because they're too high mighty, too high strong. They got a complex. And if you don't agree with them, then they go and scream and holler. I don't have time for all of that stuff. I don't have time for all of that stuff. I would rather stay on my channel, give my narrative, put it out there to you, and have you guys come and conversate with me, than to be on a live to where you be dictated to what you need to do. If they were really any real people that ever had some real substance, well, you wouldn't be inferior about what I say. And as you see, every time I come on their live, I don't go and raise my voice. I don't go and get belligerent. I don't go and call people all of their name. I'm not worried about what they say on their channel. I'm just calm, cool, collected, and I'm just like, okay, so what is it that you have? But you got him who's going 10 miles. No, you got her that's going 20 miles per hour. And then you got him screaming at the top of his lungs and calling people clowns. And he's confused. And he don't give a F about what anybody said. And they were talking about my channel. You can't work with people like that. And as you see people's, the things that I say, my narrative, How is that sharing what they are saying? As you heard what Mother Dora 1 had said, I've been saying this well before I even came on YouTube. Well before. You go back and check any of my lives on Facebook and when I came to YouTube and what I was saying. Why would I want to sit here and go 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10-hour lives and share something of what another YouTuber had said? See, people, you don't see me referencing case files and all like this and stuff, because if you guys have ever known about this case, you already know what I'm talking about. I'm just filling in the parts and stuff. You do your research. I don't need to show case files to explain to you that of what I already know. You know, you don't need to see case files from me. You don't need to see posts and stuff from me. You don't need to see me show every little detail and every little thing that Teresa Martin had said. You got enough of that from Trey Gang and Custom Designs and all of the other YouTubers who use all of that madness to try to bolster their claim. I don't need to do that, people. So I've already told you. The hilarious and nefarious narrative is hilarious. It's fictitious. It's funny. It don't have no bearing whatsoever, peoples. If I ever tried to express this case with the case files, I'll be just like them. And I'm not like them. This is why I run my life the way that I do. You heard enough. You've been around long enough to know pretty much the basis of how everything is going. What do you want me to do? I'm not like all of the other YouTubers, so don't put me in that category, peoples. Just because they show case files and all like this, and I don't put me in that category. I won't show you case files after case files after case files to try to prove what I am saying. Because what I'm showing you, based upon what the establishment gave, I'm already debunking their narrative. I'm already going in hard and heavy and showing you peoples how the various things that they proclaimed had happened could not have happened. And if you're too blind to see that, peoples, well, then that ain't my problem. That is yours. I can't help what you can't see. You don't listen. And when you don't listen, peoples, you'll never learn anything. I've been making all of these lives. I got thousands of lives, peoples. Now, I've been talking about this Kanika Jenkins case forever and a day. And everybody's been on this case since day one. Okay, I get it. Everybody's been on this case since day one. Right. Okay, that's fine. But what significance have you made in this case? Y'all see this, peoples? Y'all see all of these lives? I see all of these lives. Y'all see that? Go way back to the beginning of when I first did the lives. Way back. You know, way back, peoples. Way back to the very beginning when I did the lives on Facebook. See, here it is right here. Y'all see all of those lives. That's thousands of lives, people. Y'all see that? See, look at that. That's damn near close to about 2,000 lives that I've did on the Kanika Jenkins case. And this was from the very, very, very beginning, peoples. I got every live that I have ever did on the Kanika Jenkins case. I got a copy of it. And here it is right here. All of the lives that I ever did since I very first started on this case. And so when they shut down my channel, they thought that they shut down everything, and they thought that I didn't have a copy of nothing. I got everything, and I got a backup to a backup to a backup. Everything that I ever did since day one that this case was indoctrinated to Facebook and YouTube. Got every live that I ever did. So when they took down my channel, they thought that they handicapped me. They didn't handicap me, because people always keep a backup to a backup to a backup. Always make sure that I back up everything that I do. So if I never need to chronicle or need to go back and refresh upon anything, I got my history right here that I can look at anything that I ever did in this case and prove to many of you anything that I ever said. I don't need to take nobody's narrative. For what? These people ain't on my level. There's only a few YouTubers on here that really, really, really know the truth and really, really, really have the authentic, original video footage and footage that nobody else have. And I can name those people. And that's why the people are not chiming out, because they know that if they put that information out there prematurely, their lives is at stake. That's why a lot of people left it alone. But see, they got threatened. I never did. Because see, the one thing that I did that they never did was I went way deeper, harder, and heavy on this case, and I brought out a lot of information from the various things that they did show, and that proved to the people, mess with me if you want to. I'm a loose cannon, peoples. That's why Teresa Martin never mentioned my name. She mentioned all of these other YouTubers, but she never mentioned my name. That's why nobody has ever challenged me on my lives. Nobody, no YouTuber that's supposed to have really known about this case, none of them have ever challenged me on my lives. Why? Because they don't know as much as I know. And see, I know how to play the game. They don't. They get all into their feelings, and then they curse you out. They talk about you. They do everything and stuff. But people's, that doesn't bother me. That doesn't bother me, because whatever they say on their channel doesn't bother me. What bothers me is when they come in my life and be disruptive. That's what bothers me. But everything that they say on their lives and stuff, it don't bother me. And I'm sure that they're talking about me to this very day. But as you see what I did tonight, I went in hard and heavy. And you guys stayed in here to watch what I had to say. And I'm going to come back again and even harder than what I did tonight. Because now it needs to be told. And I'm doing it my way, not your way. I'm doing it my way. You like it? Stay, listen, and watch. You don't like it? You don't have to watch. That's fine. But it's going to get out there one way or the other. People's is coming to the 12 o'clock hour, and it's coming to almost the 5-hour mark, and I'm going to get off of here. But I want to leave this with you. And I didn't play FBG Duck. I'm going to play that right now, people, so you can hear her and let her express to you Kanika Jenkins' family and who these people is. That'll give you some greater insight as to what I was saying. Randall, you say, come on, Ed, don't hide it, divide it. I'm not hiding anything. I'm just keeping myself and my family safe. You know, I never need to hide anything, but you got to play smart because you can sit out here and play stupid in a chess game and you lose. You know, you got to play smart, my friend. Everything doesn't need to be divulged. There's consequences for actions that people take and make. So let's go and play FGB Duck. Y'all say that it was at the 8 minute mark. Well, I'm just going to play the whole thing. Miss Duck is going to tell you about Kanika Jenkins' family. And then you're going to see who Kanika Jenkins and the Jenkins family, the Martins family, who they are. J Money, Teresa Martin, and all of them. Let's listen in, peoples. Shoots. Gotta go back. Let me go back, peoples. Let me shut this down. Let me go back to the original. Oh boy, look at YouTube, man. Oh my God. Wow. Peoples, man. I mean, wow. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna show you what just came up. All right. I'm gonna just show you what just came up because I'm kind of like, wow, really? Okay. So let me just show you what just came up. This is going to be a lengthy live, just a little bit more. I'm not getting off right now, not just yet anyway. I'm gonna go a little longer. I don't want to go beyond 1 o'clock. I'm gonna try to get all of this in, but let me just show you what just came up. So, and I didn't do this, people. It just came up. So obviously it must be important. So let me share this first. Let me share this first. Dang, I can't do it like that. So let me do it like this. Let me just share my screen so I can enlarge it. Okay, let me share my screen. I want you guys to see this real quick here. Okay, let me go here. Not this one right here. All right. So we're going to start off with this, and then we're going to work our way down, and then we're going to do FBG Duck, and then we're going to get out of here. But let's do this quickly. Because this just came up, and I'm kind of like, okay, why? But again, here we go. All right. Edward Joseph, Marissa Wilkins. She was my moderator. As time goes by, the birds will start to grow weary. This is what I'm telling her. One of them will sing, which I was telling you about Shemaiah. They will get tired of being threatened and pushed around. They will snap. Then is when we will see the empire come crumbling down. Isn't that what I was just telling you guys earlier tonight? I said one of these girls is going to snap. This is what I was talking about. You can operate for so long, killing and doing all sorts of stuff, but never forget what God said in his word. Vengeance is mine, said the Lord. I will do the repaying. I don't care who you are and how powerful you are. The Lord is the most powerful, and mess with his child and watch his wrath come down so hard and heavy. People are not stupid. You can only get so far and operate in the shadows for so long. It will be he who makes the birds sing. Tread lightly because he is watching. And then Sean had said, I can hear you. You guys remember when I was just telling you earlier that out of the group of girls, Shemaiah, Monifa, Bree, and Irene, that Shemaiah was going to be the one who's going to chime out? This is what I was talking about, people. It's the birds singing. And this just came up. I didn't call it up, people. It just came up. And so thank you, Jesus, because the Lord wanted me to show you this. Now, let me show you this right here. This is the next thing that came up, peoples. It says, Tracy Stash, Mariah Ariel, bitch on King David, you a pussy, and I hope Kanika haunting your ass until you fess up, murderer. It is their fault they were being irresponsible. They invited her to set her up anyway. Okay, y'all see that, right? All right. So let me share this, peoples. Now this is what James Coleman little rap sheet thing and stuff. Date of birth 9/24/1971, weight 175, black male, 5'6" brown, like that. He was in the correction center in custody at Jacksonville Correction Center. Okay, so that's just that right there. It's a little something up on him. Okay, and then we already know about this because we've seen that. Okay, and then here we go right here. This is what came up. Teresa Martin, but God, Cash App, Kanika Ma. Lives in Chicago, from Chicago, Illinois, single, joined October 2009, followed by 204,993 people. Okay. That's fine. You blocked me. I know a group that Kanika Mom sees everything, so I'll be sure to expose it. And when someone get to you for lying, don't say I didn't warn you. So now, peoples, you see why I have to tread lightly? You see why I have to tread lightly, peoples? Okay, and then the last one is this right here. And you got Austin Carly, get it, girl. Selena Gomez, supposed to be getting a transfusion from her best friend. Okay, you guys see that, right? Okay, so those are the things that had came up on my Facebook that I wanted you to see and things, and that was very important. Okay, so as you guys can see, that just came up. I didn't call it up. That just came up. Randall Robbins had said Kanika didn't want to be involved in that lifestyle. Teresa didn't mind getting rid of Kanika for the streets. You're exactly right, Randall. She did not want to be involved. And that's why Kanika slept with a knife under her pillow, because the person who Teresa Martin was messing with, James Coleman, would sneak into Kanika's room and try to mess with her. Kanika Jenkins slept with the knife. So the guy come and try to do some things, you get stabbed. So you understood the type of life that this girl had to live. All right, let's listen to FBG Duck Mother and let her explain to you who these people are.
And he had the surprise party. See, he ain't know I was doing that for him. But I just had to show my baby how much I appreciated him. And that last birthday was unforgettable. He was really surprised though. He like, for me? You did this for me, man? I was like, yeah, big head ass. You know? Jonas Wildman, thank you for your super chat. Thank you, baby. Much love. Thank you for your super chat. Got Mama 704. Yes. Yes, and thank you. You know I love my coffee. You see me talk, you gotta know I love my coffee. Now, vaping kill you fast in the squares, baby. Fuck that shit. I've been smoking 20 years. I knew a motherfucker vape for 1 year and they killed their ass. I don't know now. Now, Sabrina ain't make me like the square. I needed the square anyway. Baby, if they knew, Sabrina, they better stop fucking with me. Bring up. Nigga, we made it. God damn it. And Doug did it. He put the low end on the motherfucking map. Because that's where he really from. And that's so crazy because I lived on 63rd for 4 years. Duck wasn't born and raised on, when I moved on 63rd, Duck was 14. I lived over there for 4 years and I moved from 2008 to 2012. That's all the time I lived on 63rd. And out of them 4 years, 63rd been established way before we came over there. It gotta be Duck, the one that made it so bad or made it so fucked up, or Duck. Come on now, that's power and leadership right there. Y'all heard Brick in his motherfucking Zach TV interview. He say shit. He stayed in the well. He said, but Brick, he say Duck went to a whole nother set and became his own motherfucking leader. And them fucking facts. Them facts. Stay to the light. 3833. Sam Fixer, shout out Detroit in the building.
Okay, now somebody in the chat has asked her what she thinks about the Kanika Jenkins case. And she's going to elaborate on how, for a period of time, she did live on the West Side, and she did know some of the older members of Kanika's family. Now, when she mentions Johnny, she's not referring to Jonathan Jackson, which is J Money. She's referring to this man right here, which is Kanika's uncle, Johnny Martin Jr., who passed away in June of 1999. Now we see this picture with Kanika at the cemetery. So that's how we became familiarized with them. And this is the same cemetery that Kanika is eventually buried in herself.
Somebody asked me what I think about Tanika Jenkins. Y'all know what? I knew that baby and didn't even know her baby because when I stayed on 12th, 13th and Christiana, you know I lived on home in the Douglas. And her uncles and the boy Johnny and Kel's them, that's who we fought. That's who we got into it with when we had that big ass family fight. It was them. So no, I did not know them like that. But I know when I first moved around there, they used to call me Southside. This is when Chief Keef first got signed in 2012. And they knew we was from Tuckerville and my main objective when I moved over there, I know I got these little kids, and I'm like, what can I do? I'm finna introduce myself to the big homies. I always went to the big homies over the kids. And how I got their ass, y'all, guess how I got their ass? I started selling Sunday dinners. And them motherfuckers was bad them. I sit on my porch right across the street from the park, and they'll be like, say, I go down there and tell them I introduce myself. Yeah, I'm woo out the damn guy. I'm new in the neighborhood. I just want to talk to the old homies, woo, woo, woo. Because I know how my kids was, and I knew what came with them. Like, I lived on 63rd for 4 years. But when I moved out 63rd, I went on Holman and Douglas. Guess what? Them motherfuckers followed me on Holman and Douglas. Everybody, Motor, Fat Shorty, Weedy. I'm talking about Holman and Douglas. That's where it was at. Then after we got into that big ass fight with them motherfuckers, I moved because I hated the West Side. It was just so dirty to me. It was just so fucked up. The West Side that I seen. I'm not saying all Chicago West Side is like that. But I didn't like it over there. But I just adapted to my environment. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like that. We fight these breeds, scrapped and told dude now, scrapped and just came home for getting acquitted and they going and these motherfuckers want to follow behind them talking about fuck her to the or some shit. So Brian turned around and like, you know who the fuck I am? You must don't know who I am. He went shit for 14 years old. He told a 26-year-old motherfucker that. So by this time, my nephew BJ, he done ran his ass and I see they out there fighting, them grown men fight. I get outside, y'all. I got on a dress. I'm chilling. I ain't got no underwear on because I just got through cooking. So now I'm all, not saying I don't cook it that much. You know, I was comfortable in my house. Anyway, probably too much information, but I'm just saying I'm getting to this part because my legs went up. I'm in between them. I fell on the floor. My legs went up. They might have got a shot. I don't know what the fuck happened, but the fact that shit didn't turn how it could have got, because I heard about the West Side and how they was. But by this time, y'all, I promise y'all, after they didn't fight, Doctor came to my house with Motor, rest in peace, Trav, motherfucking, oh my God, Lil J. It was 7 of them all together, right? And there was about 1 million of them. But every last one of these little boys had a gun with the biggest clip on them. So they had like about 16 shots apiece. Y'all, I kid you fucking not. When I going down the stairs, these motherfuckers got them up on a gate, surrounded. I run downstairs, I go dead through the motherfucking crowd because I know what they got. Now, I don't know what these motherfuckers got, but I peeped the motherfucker telling somebody, shoot through the crowd. So I turned around and I'm like, shoot through the crowd. So this what y'all on? Okay, I stood in between all them people, y'all, as God is my witness. I threw my hands up. I said, if a motherfucker get shot, it's gonna me. I'm gonna be getting it both ways, from the front and the back. You motherfuckers ain't finna do this. I stood in front. Lord Jesus, what is my purpose here? I can't keep doing this shit. And the police rolled past, and I ran to the police car like hell. That's why I don't fuck with the police. You know, them bitches kept on riding past, so all that gang activity, and they were white. But what they was waiting on was the call saying somebody was shot or killed. Then they was going to turn their ass around. But I was trying to stop y'all before it happened. And y'all bitch ass kept on going. That's why I don't fuck with the police. Okay? But after that, see the boy Johnny, look Johnny, his daddy supposed to be one of the big Johnny, one of the, head honchos over there. I ain't give a fuck. I nipped that shit in the bud so quick. And it was what it was. It was over with. I moved from over there peacefully. I had to move. I wouldn't have left. I ain't gonna even lie, but my bitch ass neighbor dude stayed downstairs from me. He used to do stupid ass weird shit like one day I'm asleep. It's like 4 in the morning and Leandra, R.I.P. my baby, rest her soul. Like she used to be like me, so I used to have to put the chains on the door. This baby then woke up from our nap. Her and her little sister. That's what I'm saying. This little baby used to just follow her. And she go downstairs. They done got out the house and they didn't put on my shoes. They don't have on no clothes in their coat. So they down there naked with their coats on and my shoes. Because my shoes used to be by the door. So the bell woke me up, y'all. Buzzing the bell. I get up, my neighbor say, girl, you know your babies then came out. I go downstairs. There's people next door sitting on their porch. I was so glad that they didn't call the police. I was like, thank y'all so much. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. This is what neighborhood do. This is how we keep our kids safe. Thank y'all, because we were asleep and they woke up before me. Tell me why the next day DCFS knocked on my motherfucking door. And I'm like, who is it? And they like, Department of Human Services. I'm like, may I help you? They say, they didn't even know my name. They didn't even know the kid's name. They say, but we got a report that you have some twins and they was outside naked. After I just pleaded with these people and thanked them for not letting my kids like wondering. So I had to prove to these people that accidents happen. Okay, the baby sleep, like go through all this shit. It was over with after that. But the man downstairs was reporting he was mad, hating ass. They was living there 40 years, and I guess they do everybody like that. Everybody that move in that building, they get them up out of there. Get them up out of there. So I left the west side and went up north. On Justine and Police. Right off Howard. On Juneway. And I stayed there 9 months before my house caught on fire. And I lost my twin in the fire. That was in 2014. So when I left there, when I left up north, I moved on 66 in Michigan. And I stayed on 66 in Michigan until I moved out to the suburbs. So by my son only being around on 43rd, on 63rd for 4 years, it's amazing how all this came about. Okay, it's amazing how all this came about. But 66 in Michigan, Marquette, right off 67. You know where Vaughn was talking about in the took it to the old song when he had the bitch in the car. He say he pulled in the alley down the park. The bitch had him to pull in the alley. He was describing my house. Because I stayed right there on 66 in Michigan, right off 67, in that alley, right across the street from the playground. Been behind there 3 years, so much ain't got a splinter. So I don't know nobody from Parkway. I have one friend that's staying in Parkway, and I went to visit her one time. That's catchy to me. I love that when you talk about we are not from 63rd Street. I be like, me neither. I ain't from 63rd neither, man. I'm from the Ida Wells. But I fuck with 63rd very, very hard. Why wouldn't I? From y'all perspective, my son made 63rd. So why the fuck I wouldn't fuck with him?
And just like that, peoples, just like that, the live went out. And that was the end of the live. And so I'm going to sit back and I'm going to watch that live that just came on right now. You know, watch the 48 hours. So people's, it's really amazing what you have learned over the years. And many of you I see now have really enjoyed this live because many of you came in. I mean, this house was packed, and thank you for the likes. And share this video and subscribe to all of my channels. Help me stay on the algorithm. I want to thank Mariah Lavender for 6 months of being a member of Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live. I want to thank all of my members. And I want to thank each and every one of you that came in. I want to thank you, Renda Robinson, for coming in. I was on the road when you guys that came in, so I didn't get a chance to give a shout out to you, but thank you for coming in. And then thank you for sharing your narrative with us all. I greatly appreciate that. I never want to douse anybody's narrative. You have the right to say what you need to say. You have the right to feel what you need to feel and things of that nature. You have that right, peoples. And I greatly appreciate Randall Robinson because, he has always been here. He has always been here. I want to say thank you to Jada Wu. She came in. Jada Wu says she's here for it. Some people, when you guys came in, I was on the road. I was taking my son home. He came home with barbecue, fried chicken, rice and gravy with potato salad and candy yams and cornbread. And I threw it together and left with a bottle of water. And so that's how I do it. And so people's, there's so much more that I have to share with you all. So much more, that I have to share with you all. I greatly appreciate each and every one of you coming in and coming to the channel and, watching the things that I have been sharing over the years. Now, finally, we will see for if TM is going to go ahead and put the tombstone on the grave of Kanika Jenkins. We're going to see if that's going to happen. We're going to see. Now, and this was one of the reasons why I played back this live, because, you know, for years I have been asking the question, why is it that TM did not put a tombstone on Kanika Jenkins' grave? Well, I got my answer, because she wasn't buried there. She wasn't buried there. So, well, now TM is making me feel some type of way and look some type of way, because now she said that she's going to put a tombstone on her daughter's grave this coming weekend. And I've already bought a ticket to fly out there this past Saturday. But I wasn't able to go, even by me buying the ticket, because for the holidays, everybody was gone. And I didn't have nobody to babysit my son. I couldn't leave him by himself. But I have insurance on my ticket, so, you know, I don't lose that money. And it paid a lot of money because of, you know, it's the holiday weekend. But I bought it in advance, but I still paid a lot of money. And so here we are, just a few days before the ultimate is supposed to happen. Teresa Martin, after all of these years, after 7 years, she says she's finally going to put a tombstone on Kanika's grave. Or the person who she's saying that it is Kanika. But like I said, from what she said, and like I have shared with you, Kanika's been cremated. One is cremated and one is buried. And the reason why I don't believe that that's Kanika Jenkins in the ground is simply because Kanika was already dead well before this funeral had went on. So, and then the person that was in that coffin, from my heart and from my eyes, I don't believe that that was Kanika Jenkins, peoples. It didn't look like Kanika. Now, everybody's saying that they had people there at the funeral, and just because they was there, they said it was Kanika. Well, I can't take their word for it. I'm going by what I see with my own eyes, not for what someone else's interpretation is. And from my own eyes, from what I've seen, that didn't look like no Kanika Jenkins, peoples. And not to me, maybe to you, but not to me. And it really didn't matter to me whether you felt it was Kanika or not, you know, because in my eyes, it wasn't, and that's where it stands, in my eyes. And what I say and what I feel has no bearing as to what you feel and what you think. And that's what I've been trying to convey to many of you for years, peoples, for years. And so, you know, I do my best, peoples. I do my best. As you see, I got receipts. And when the people wants to come in and they wants to talk all of this madness and stuff, well, then all I do is just pull out my receipts and just debunk them big time. You know, see, they can't debunk me because I got way too much. And so when they want to come with some stuff, well, then all I do is just pull out my receipts and just talk about it. And they'll never come to the live, you know. My thing is, if you feel that you got the correct narrative and things, and if you feel that that of what you're saying is actual, factual, and true, well then, you know what I've always say: come to the live and share it and shoot your shot. Say what you need to say. Shoot your shot. Share what you need to share and things, and let the people know and stuff. So everybody get a sense as to what you're feeling, what your understanding is, and stuff. I've always give everybody opportunity to come speak. I've never would deny anybody to come speak, especially if you're going to talk about this case and stuff. But just come and talk about the case. Don't come with all of this salacious madness and anger and bitterness and strife and wrath and things like that. I'm entitled to my opinion. I'm entitled to that of what I think or feel. And if you don't like it, well then so effing what? But if you got something to say, and if you feel that your narrative is just that strong as you proclaim and stuff, well then damn, come to the live, and then come share it with us all. But if you can't, people, well then hey, it's just best to shh. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, peoples, we'll see this coming Saturday whether or not a tombstone is going to be on the grave of a supposed Kanika Jenkins that was supposedly buried in that grave. We'll see come this coming Saturday. This coming Saturday, May the 31st, 2025. We'll see after 7 years. After me complaining for all of this time, we're going to see if that young lady right there that's in this picture is going to put a tombstone on that grave. We're going to see. And if she do, I'll be surprised. I'll be surprised. I mean, I'll be grateful and thankful because at least she had enough to think about Kanika and to go ahead and spend some money and to commemorate her life and her legacy. Will it stop the people from talking? Maybe not. Maybe it just raise more questions. But see, I'm not going to stop until I am satisfied, peoples. I'm not going to stop until I am satisfied. Now, you may not like what I'm saying, you may not like what I'm doing, but you don't have to come and you don't have to watch me. Do you understand what I'm saying? You don't have to watch me. I'm not going to stop until until I get some justice. And justice for me is to go ahead and start a petition and to have that body exhumed and have that body examined. And that's what I'm getting geared up to do, peoples. I'm getting ready to start a nationwide petition to have that body exhumed. Now I know that I'm going to incorporate a lot of flack from a lot of people and stuff, and even from TM herself and things, but that's okay. Because see, the difference is between me and you peoples, I'm a God-fearing person. And I'm going to use one of TM's phrases. But God will stand before me. Because see, the thing is, Bibles, and this is the sacred scriptures. If God is before you, who can be against you? They can't. And so I just trust and believe that God will answer my prayers. God will answer my prayers, people. And almost a few days from now, we will see whether or not that TM will be able to celebrate the life and legacy of Kanika Jenkins. Will TM put a tombstone on the grave and commemorate the young lady Kanika Jenkins? That was always my prayer, people. So that was always my prayer. I don't have no alt up against TM. I don't. All I want to see is just justice done. And all I want to see is her to go ahead and shed a tear for Kanika Jenkins, which she shed a tear for her sister. So why can't you shed a tear for Kanika? You know, that disturbed me to no end, people. It did. It hit me, and it cut and it sliced my heart. I have a scar in my heart because I'm kind of like, you say that she came out your pee, you say that you birthed her, but if that was the case, peoples, I've never, ever, ever in my whole entire life ever seen a woman who proclaimed to have a child and the child was killed and you not shed not one tear. I can't phantom that for the likes of me, people. I can't phantom that. And I tell you, as a baby boy, my mama's baby, that hurts. It hurts. I don't know about you people. I really don't. I don't know about you. I just have a different way of seeing, living, and viewing things and stuff. And me being the baby boy and me being so close to my mother in the manner to which I was and had the love, respect, and being cherished. Oh my God. I mean, that hurts. It does. It hurts. And for her to sit up here and say, you know, I didn't want to cry for her. Really? But yet you can sit on national TV and cry for your sister, but you couldn't even cry for your daughter? I don't give two rats asses who say what or what say who. Who did what? For you not to shed a tear for this young lady? This whole world loves Kanika. They love Kanika. Kanika has touched this whole world. I mean, from coast to coast, from continent to continent, from shore to shore. People all around this world heard about Kanika Jenkins. And on every continent, the people are talking about Kanika Jenkins. She has went viral worldwide. And I'm gonna do my part. I'm gonna put this on TikTok, Reddit, Rumble, every Instagram, every conceivable social media I can possibly put this live upon. And I want the world to see this. I want the world to see this. I want the world to see this particular live that I'm doing right now. This one. This is why I called this up out the archives after all of this time, people. I want the world to see this. And I want the world to know my heart bleeds. It bleeds. But I also want the world to know that I am grateful and thankful after all of these many years for her to be able to acknowledge and have the wherewithal, the understanding, even the feelings, to even have it come out of her mouth and hopefully produce some actions to put a tombstone. Even if I don't feel that Kanika was buried in that grave, at least to bring closure to this, to say, look, I made a mistake and I want to make it right. And let me be able to acknowledge Kanika Jenkins. And see people's in the black culture, you know, from the womb to the tomb, you know, it's not complete in the black culture until the preacher says ashes to ashes and dust to dust. And then he goes on and speak the rest of the sacred words and to commit the body and commit the spirit back to its owner. And then what we do is we go ahead and we put a tombstone on the grave. See, Jesus is the cornerstone. Well, the builders rejected. But even Jesus didn't have a tombstone. He was laid in a tomb, and the stone of the tomb that he laid in was rolled away. But see, we know that when that great getting up morning, fairly well happens, peoples. When the trumpet sounds, the dead in Christ shall rise and shall be caught up and to meet him in the air. Will you be there, peoples, when the trumpet sounds? Peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time to when Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live. Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, Teresa Martin, a reason to celebrate. Is this why KJ went missing? God bless you all. Thank you for watching.